Good morning, everyone. How are you? It's good to be back in Oregon. I was just here a couple of years ago in this same room and in front of the same faces. But it's good to be back, and got quite a few friends up this way, and gives me a chance to see them and visit and all that. Of course, we're here for something a little more serious, and that's some discussion. All three topics I'm doing this week are boundary related and mostly public lands. I am on the committee for NCSS that is writing the new PLSS module questions. And I can tell you, there's been somewhat of a challenge to get some of my fellow committee members to write what I think are real questions instead of silly questions or dumb things. And I think it's coming around. But, you know, a question on the national PLSS exam, well, it's national, states can opt in and out of it, apparently. But, you know, how many baselines are there in California? Is there anyone here that gives a damn? You know, because I don't. And, you know, and the argument by the questioner, well, what if you're working in the wrong baseline? How would that happen? Okay, how would that happen? Are you that dumb? Okay, so, or the question I had a few years ago on a state exam, how many sections are in a normal township? Yeah, that really tested me, that really protected society from me. And I was telling Keith here, you know, that's like a question on the doctor test, the MD test, you know, which end of the needle goes into the patient's ass. Okay, there's a good question that should be on the doctor exam. So it's frustrating, but it's doing better. But I'm going to tell you something, and I know many of you, I know your faces and a few names coming to seminars that I've been doing for over 30 years up here. And so, you know, I talk about public lands among many other things, mostly boundary stuff, but I'm just going to tell you, the majority of the universities and colleges in the country that have surveying programs, you know, either in associates or bachelors or whatever, they are not teaching public lands, since that's what we're here to talk about, that you could pass that test. The test we're writing, and we're not making it super hard or anything, but I just tell you, a lot of people are going to struggle with that. So that makes this course today even more relevant to us and to anyone who works for you who you may be mentoring. Well, I guess there is sound on that. Okay, just a second. There's the mute, okay. So here's the problem statement, okay? This just sets up what we're going to talk about. The most ingenious survey system in the world has suffered over 200 years of neglect, deterioration, and ignorance. We are the heirs of that system. We have received it. We've received the results of the actions or inactions by the surveyors before us. And so that impacts how we will work in the public lands in the future. And so the real question today is, are you preparing now to face the challenges in your professional future? Are you thinking about that for anyone that you're mentoring, that you're trying to guide and help them understand stuff? Because this is public land specific, but it's true in almost all of boundary, okay? We can now measure stuff so well, even in just a few seconds for boundary surveying with some exceptions, but It is amazing, and I have no problem with that. I love the technology that we have, robotic total stations, GPS, the drones now for, not necessarily boundary stuff, but we have all these tools. And of course, the greatest tool ever invented for surveyors, the ATV. So that's, yeah, so I drive the ATV down to the section corner, get off the ATV. This is the worst work I have to do. Go stand there for 6-10 seconds, get a position, and then get on it and have fun driving all the way, because that's part of having. See, that's why we're better than engineers. I'm sorry for you, those of you that are engineers, but we have better toys. Okay, the surveyors do. What have you guys got? AutoCAD. We've got all the good toys. Anyway, so I drove all the way down, a mile down there, and shoot this other section corner in, bam, in a few seconds, and then I go to about where the quarter corner is, and I set up midpoint online, and I get there, and I look, and there's nothing with a neon sign, shoot here, there's nothing to, and so I don't see a monument, and the apparently really conscientious surveyors will dig in the dirt with the point of the rod for maybe 15, 20 seconds. And, well, it's not here, it's lost. And so, bam, they put it in at perfect midpoint and online, okay? That is happening nationwide. That is one of the top concerns I hear nationwide from surveyors. And we have really lost sight of that. And, a part of it is the discussion today, because you and I have let that happen. You and I have not perhaps introduced our people to training that would really help them understand what really matters and what doesn't. So we need to think about that. So that's kind of our premise for the day. Now, out of curiosity, how many of you are PLS in one state or another? Okay, and do we have some LSITs? Okay, very good. And no offense, how many of you are engineers? So it's almost a pure class. Just kidding. Yeah. But you know what I always say to those of you that have both licenses, both hats? Know when to change hats. You know what I mean? Know when to change hats. If the sewer's at a minimum flow, you need to be real careful with your design and with the construction staking and the as-built, all of that there. But that's a little bit different than with boundary. And when I go out and do a boundary and I hit within some, and maybe it isn't even a geolo stone or something, wood post remains or bearing trees to get me there. I come in and I look for something. It could just be somebody's pipe or rebar, If you hit within a foot or so now, it's like, it's a miracle. Okay, but when I started surveying, if we hit within 20 feet, it's a miracle. Okay, we've changed our perceptive, the equipment and our ability to be precise, not necessarily accurate, but precise, is amazing. And so, when you wear both hats or other hats, anybody an attorney? Okay, so I'm just clearing the way for what jokes I want to tell today. So anyway, another question. How many of you are 50 or over? I should have asked another question. How many of you are under 50? Oh, horse crap. No, sorry. That is one of the other big concerns nationwide in the profession. So we need to think about it. I'm jumping just a little bit ahead, but I'm just going to ask you, because I've done some courses on, for public lands or others, corner evidence analysis and how to do that and what to consider and stuff. How many of your one-person crews out there with a GPS unit have been trained? You know what I'm saying? In corner evidence analysis. How many of them have been trained in how to analyze? And yet they are the ones saying, I'm going to shoot this rebar, but not that over there. Or I'm not even trained to look for the stone. Or I don't even know how to use a bearing tree if I find one. I don't know. Okay, how many of us have had training in that? And especially you're the PLS, so you got people out there doing this for you. They're making decisions for you. They're deciding, should we dig deeper? Okay. You go to a high school, usually career day, and surveyors will show up, and we got all this stuff that the vendors out here, you know, and it's really cool. You know, robo surveyor, thank you for your cooperation. You know, it's we got all these cool things, and everybody says, ah, man, that's cool, that's cool. But you know what? If you and I were being honest, and we show up at career day, we should just show up with a pick and a shovel. Okay? Our demonstration out in the grass should not be here, zap that distance or GPS or something, but should be, let's go pop a manhole and measure that invert. You know what I'm saying? The cockroaches come climbing out or whatever, you know. That's part of what it's about, you know. And I'm not saying that we ignore the toys, the tools, the precision, all of that. I'm just mentioning, sometimes it's not that glorious, but we kind of sell people sometimes right up front on the technology. They go to school, and the schools teach the technology for the most part, and everybody's amazed, and they come out, I hope, really good. I hope they know how to run their GPS, and I hope, you know, whatever their other tools they're using. But you know, the Wyoming state exam is a take-home, and you have to actually work on a project, and they just tell you, here's the township you're in, and here's this. Do you know nobody has ever passed that exam the first time? What? Well, then we're going to talk to Shelley at University of Wyoming.
Pardon?
Greg, I'm just looking at your name, Greg Spurlock. Because this is the take-home part.
The take-home, that is a monster.
Yeah. Well, you know what the biggest problem they've found is people don't know where to, because they don't tell you where to go. They just tell you, here's the survey you're going to do, and you have to look up the records. And they don't know where the GLO records are.
Yeah, the question, the requirement was produce a plat of a 1 acre piece in an unsurveyed section.
Okay. That was it, huh? So when he took the exam, the question was produce a plat, and did you have to write a legal too? I understand it had a legal, or at least does now.
You had to write several legal.
Okay. Yeah, for a 1 acre parcel in a section that hadn't been subdivided, something like that, right? So there's one person now that I know of. But Shelley, that runs the program there, was telling me just a few weeks ago that no one had. But maybe she's only going back as far as she's one of the members of the board of registration there in Wyoming. The late 80s. Okay, you've earned that gray hair, haven't you? Yeah. I keep telling everybody, I got my barber, it's a lady, got her trained. This is blonde. I'm still blonde. You know, so she knows beautiful blonde hair, Dennis. You know, trying to keep those compliments coming. But you know, the point is, do people really know what to do? They go to the courthouse, do they? I've heard surveyors in training say, why do we have to look at all those old deeds? It's all handwritten, or the notes, you know, the GLO notes, it's all handwritten, and I can't even make out some of that. What's that? Oh yeah, the schools quit teaching cursive, so they don't know how to read it, and they get frustrated with it, and then they get angry because the deed mentions another deed. They've already come home, you know, and they've got the one deed, and it references, as shown in book and page or whatever, in another deed. Shoot, I got to go back and get another deed. Don't know how to research the record. So we'll see some of that here as we move along. We need to realize that We are not building a Swiss watch. And yet, an awful lot of surveyors think they are in boundary, okay? Even in construction staking, man, I've done a ton of that. Parking lots, curb and gutter, sewer, water, you know. Other than really tight situations, and get it within a few tenths, you know, not elevation necessarily, but you know, horizontally, it's pretty good. I always thought a good set of plans for a parking lot could be laid out with a cloth tape and a right angle prism. You know what I'm saying? Should have that. So, you know, you learn how to do a lot of shortcuts or whatever, and you didn't worry about a few things. But in boundary, look on the left. Well, you know, obviously there are two true answers here. The cluster of 3 or the cluster of 2, right? Come on. We're in trouble. I see it all the time. We're in trouble. So here's our goals for today. We're going to understand the intent of the public land system. Then we're going to talk about the causes of why we have to deal with things in the public land system now that we didn't have to deal with and that Jefferson never envisioned, you know, in the committee that put together the system. We're going to talk about some proper and legal methods of dealing with those. And by the way, you know, again, I know you have other choices and I'm not promoting that, but tomorrow I'm going to do some case studies, more advanced stuff about public lands. And then on Friday morning, I'm doing the course, Sometimes Proportioning is Dumb, and I've changed that title of that to Sometimes Proportioning is Really Dumb, okay? And so we'll talk about some of that stuff because a lot of people, they learn a few things and just very blindly go with that. And part of being a professional surveyor, part of getting your license to protect the safety and welfare of the public or whatever your laws say, you know, part of that is having the professional judgment to realize the situation I'm in right now is not covered in the manual, say, okay? It's something different or unique. I need to step back from the manual, step back from those rules, and look for a way to still fulfill the intent, but it may not be in the book, okay? And in the manual, they acknowledge that probably half a dozen times, but it will say, if these conditions are not met, call the office. That's what the BLM manual says to them, call the office. Well, good luck calling the BLM office. Hey, I'm doing a survey and I got a problem here. They're very hesitant to ever give any advice, okay? For good reason. It comes back to bite them sometimes. But we want to talk about what the 21st century, which we're already in. I did this original course back in the 90s. It was called Public Lands 2000. But it was just looking forward to what we have. And I'll tell you, things are even worse than I thought they'd be back then. So we know this history. The Land Ordinance Act started this system, and we had some major changes all in the law, really, and beautiful things that Jared Mansfield and others did that were the Surveyors General did, and that we still use today. Then you had your Oregon Instructions, 1851. I've always wanted to stop there, and so yesterday I stopped at the end of the Oregon Trail museum and stuff there, and that's pretty cool, and it's amazing what those people did. But I looked at the timeline. They had a big timeline on the wall, you know. Of course, it didn't mention, you know, the GLO started surveying, or the 1851, you know, Oregon Instructions came out. It didn't mention that in the timeline. But they did have 5 or 6 GLO plats, and of course, all of them, they made sure had donation land claims on them, you know, for Oregon, and showing that. And so it was quite interesting to see that in that museum. And then 1855, the first real manual came out, and then we had several more. A lot of fraud started being discovered in surveys, especially in California. Northern California mostly. But there are, some of you know, the Benson Syndicate, they called it. There were Benson Syndicate surveys in almost every western state, okay? He had a cousin in Colorado who I retraced a couple townships. I say retraced, they never set foot there, okay? So it's kind of difficult to retrace, but worked in there, and they never were there. I don't think they even came to the site. You know, I used to say they'd come to the site and set a corner next to the road or something, you know, but I don't think they even did that there. And of course then, 1915, the direct system, that's where they quit contracting surveys and started doing it directly with government employees. Started the formal use of brass caps. Brass caps first started showing up 1902. 1930 and 47 manuals. So you know what? Many of you in this room, the same as me, when you started surveying in the public lands, it was the 1947 manual that you were under. And then that new darn manual came out, 73. And of course, then we got a new manual in 2009. And it may be the last manual. I say that because I think there's not a whole lot they can add to that. They could rewrite it and make it, put it in English, but they're not, I think they'll just do it with supplements and stuff, any changes that come along, court cases that make a decision one way or another. So we've got that 2009 manual. And many of you, because of the color of your hair or lack of hair, I can tell you maybe knew the 73 manual, but the 2009, it's come along, it's some new thing. You know, in BLM, there's quite a few cadastral people who hate that new manual. In fact, they call it the New Oregon Manual, with derision, okay? And part of that is because of Bob Dahl was from Oregon, that was the editor of that, but they felt like it cheapened the system. The intent of the public land system is very important for us to make sure we understand, okay? It was an orderly system. Emphasize the word orderly. See, Jefferson and those other guys on that committee, most of them were surveyors, they had a gut full of meets and bounds. And it was just total chaos there. And one of the biggest problems was basis of bearings, okay, that they had to deal with. Because every one of them had surveyed stuff, and they might have surveyed a line and then come back a year later to do something off of it, and they don't get the same bearing. Magnetic, everything was magnetic, you know, so they wouldn't get it. Or somebody else would come out and say that they retraced it, and they went that bearing, but the basis of bearing had rotated because of the North Pole moving, the magnetic pole. And so they had a gut full of it, and so that's why they said, we're going to come up with a system that did several things, and orderly, you know, it was going to be measured to certain standards, certain procedures, certain policies, okay, which nothing was before then, okay? It was just this random surveys and of various precisions and efforts. They were going to do that. They were going to have it based on astronomic basis of bearings, which the surveyors, the first 10 years or so, bitterly hated. You know, they weren't really understanding the purpose of that. And so they were having to take Solaris or Polaris shots, and they hated it. And one of the big complaints was that it was slowing them down. And so after the first year, the Congress backed off on that astronomic basis of bearings requirement, which was foolish, but they did just to try to get more surveys done, because the surveyors saying it's taken, I think the first year, they didn't start till late in the summer, but the first year they got like 6 or 7 miles, okay, of the baseline for the 7 ranges. And it took them forever to do it, and they were complaining about the basis of bearings, which I understand. So, you know, that does take time. So there they were, but orderly also in the sense that the public could go out and actually see their land. And of course, understand, 640 acres was kind of the minimum that they thought anybody would want. Okay, and so they never envisioned the public land system going down to 2.5 acres or whatever, you know, in adequate part descriptions or whatever. They never envisioned that. And so it changed because originally just set in section corners, and then they started adding quarter corners because, well, people were going to get 320 acres, and then 160, and then 40. Okay, and so, but it was still orderly. You could go out there and see your corners, or what they felt, easily establish your corners and come up with the position of your land, fence it, and all that. And you know what? They weren't looking at a few tenths of discrepancy, okay? That's a whole nother discussion and study, but they weren't looking at it. And so it didn't intend precision. It was not to build a Swiss watch, okay? The intent was this orderly system, and understand there's all this federal land. Of course, they're talking about Ohio, you know, but all this federal land out there, let's get rid of all of it. Get rid of all of it. Let's make some money, which didn't work out that well for Congress on the public lands, but let's make some money. Let's have people out there actually farming and doing that and paying taxes and all this stuff and developing these lands to the exclusion of the British or the French or whoever, you know, later the Spanish, to the exclusion of those folks. Orderly. It was orderly because the system was, there was a normal system. There were actual monuments on the ground. Okay, very orderly. By definition, there are no overlaps or gaps in the public land system. So let's understand, you know, if I own the southwest quarter, you own the southeast quarter, by definition, there's no overlap there. See, they dealt with that constantly on the East Coast. They still do to this day. Overlaps and gaps, okay? Where a line was run and people think this is a common line, but there were actually two lines. And so there's a gap in between them, or vice versa, an overlap. Abraham Lincoln's father was a farmer in Kentucky. He had 3 different ranches, all of which he lost in court, one at a time, due to senior title claims, okay? What was surveyed that he thought was his, some surveyor laid it out and he's there farming it or developing it, and it would turn out, no, when you retraced the old original survey, okay? And so after losing 3 in Kentucky, Lincoln's father and Abraham and the rest of the family moved to Indiana. And a quote from Lincoln's father was, "I'm going to get me some Congress land." That was his words. So they moved there, and then after a few years, Abe moved to Illinois, which, you know, so they're the land of Lincoln. But he started out in Kentucky, doggone meets and bounds state, you know? But off he went. But think about it, the wisdom of that, okay? It's not going. It's like, let's understand, the public land system is like a giant simultaneous creation. Does that make sense? You know, like a residential subdivision, simultaneous creation of the lots. That's what it was. And in public lands, junior, senior, when we talk about junior, senior, it's not dates of deeds usually. Very rare that it's dates of deeds. When we're talking junior, senior, it's dates of surveys, right? In the public lands. Well, the junior survey closed in on the senior line, they set a closing corner, right? So junior, senior means something different. Back there in the East, they were still constantly dealing, and still are today in more rural areas, major overlaps. This greatly reduced the possibility of title claims, A, against the federal government, okay? Congress issued a patent. A patent is equivalent to a quitclaim deed. So, did Congress guarantee you're going to get a square with 160 acres? No, they didn't guarantee anything, right? What's a quitclaim deed actually say? Today, even. Well, if I got anything there, it's yours. I'm quitting my claim. But I'm not guaranteeing or warranting, okay, warranty deed. I'm not warranting anything. That's how the government disposed of all that land. Pretty smart, I thought. A lot of surveyors didn't understand it. Landowners, title people didn't understand it. But they greatly reduced that between people because there was no hiatuses or overlaps in that system. It is a system that is very averse to unwritten rights. Okay? Very much so. It was permanently fixed corner locations and control to back it up. So here was one of the most unique ideas. It wasn't somebody wrote a deed on paper, meets and bounds in Kentucky, and sold it to someone else. No, they went out and surveyed it first. It was a novel idea in the New World to go out and survey this land first, and survey section corners, then later added quarter corners, okay, and then other stuff happened depending on what was going on. But the whole idea here was that the system would be marked. Now, I know it was a dumb idea. You know, there in Ohio in the 7 ranges, wood posts. Okay, I mean, we had some out in West too, but, you know, wood posts. Well, how long did those last? You know, depending on how well they were planted, but, you know, a lot of them get knocked over. Cows knock them over, you know. Bears scratching against it, knock them over. They weren't the greatest idea. You have a fire, they weren't the greatest idea. You have lots of snow and whatever. So, you know, somebody at GLO finally said, well, we need to do something more permanent. So they came up with mounds and pits. Okay, so they do mounds and pits, mound of earth and the pits that the dirt came out of, and they do that, you know, like in North Dakota, mounds and pits, and within a year, the mounds had blown in to Minnesota. Okay, not the greatest idea. And so then they started going to the stones, okay? And stones were a better idea, and you found some of those stones. It's fun when you find those stones, isn't it? It's cool. But you're there, you're walking in their footsteps, as we say. And that's the only way to protect their bona fide rights is to walk in their footsteps. You know, bona fide rights, it's Latin and we butcher it in America, you know, but doggone it's America. We can butcher it if we want to. So it's bona fide in Latin, okay? And it just means good faith, okay? Good faith. So what rights? You and I are chartered and I guess I could say, commanded to protect people's bona fide rights, their good faith rights. Okay? Now, what are their good faith rights that you and I deal with? It's not about the quality of their title. It's not about the, you know, what rights they have, what they don't. That's not really it. Whatever rights it is they have, you and I are charged with protecting the position, the location, the place where their rights start and then where their rights end. Does that make sense? Amen. That's what it's about. It's a bona fide rights, you know. And the only way you can really protect bona fide rights is to put them where they've always been. That quarter section, no, that center section has never been set. And you're in there, the first one to set it, but that's the corner of somebody's land, and they have bona fide, good faith rights that the government sold them, and then the chain of title through time, this quarter section, however many acres there are, however what shape it is, and that sort of thing, but they've got that in the position of it. So how do we protect the position of people's land, in the public lands in particular? Okay, how do we do it? We go look for the evidence of where it was. We don't go put it, well, this is where it should have been. Some surveyors think that. Or my client would prefer it over here. Some surveyors do that. No, it's just, here's your corner. Well, I don't like that. Well, take it up with Thomas Jefferson. Okay, here's your corner. and then control to back it up. So if it got lost, we had other control within a half mile usually to come back. So that leads us to this one. It wasn't right in the 1785 Act, but by the time 1805 came along, Mansfield and others had written some rules on lost corners. Okay, they came up with the proportioning rules, which I'm going to tell you to ignore on Friday, but no, you know, vast majority of situations, the rules fit perfectly. So you had this policy for setting lost corners, and that policy was not to stand on one corner and go 1320, right? Now in Missouri, they call that an Arkansas 90, okay? And in Arkansas, they call that a Missouri 90. So you just have to, when you're there, you have to be aware of these things. You know, it's like you Oregonians, you know. I could insult you by calling you Californians, right? So, no, you're Oregonians, or some of you may have come across the river from Washington or anywhere else, maybe even Idaho, I don't know. But anyway, lost corners. And they even defined for us, which we'll see. They even gave us solutions for complex issues like fractional sections. Okay, that was in the law in 1805. Okay, so anytime you have a true fractional section here in Oregon, we have rules that came from 1805 how to do that were very, very well thought out and enclosing sections. I'm going to run through a couple things here kind of quickly. Review of the basics of the public lands. I think we understand the lines and the units. I hope you do. Section, township, range, principal meridian. Hey, I was trying to remember. In Portland, is it Powell that's the baseline? What street there is the baseline? What is it? Stark Street. Okay. For some reason, is it near Powell? For some reason, I saw Powell on the freeway there, and I thought, oh, I think that's the baseline. I know somebody told me that, but anyway, you know. So fractional sections, definitions of those things, aliquot parts, lots, tracts. Those are our three basic land units: aliquot parts, lots, and tracts. Okay, and understand what those are and what they're not. Okay, we understand the. I hope, corner conditions, like I said, I'll mention these a little bit later, existent, obliterated, and lost. One of the bigger problems today is our definition of lost. As I said, if it's not there with a neon sign, somebody, oh, this corner's lost. I am amazed. This was one time in Arizona where here's this beautiful bearing tree, okay, and it's only like a chain and a half from the corner. The other bearing tree's gone. It was a quarter corner. It's gone, but somebody single proportioned the quarter corner in, and they knew the bearing tree was there. See, they didn't understand what was going on. So the bearing tree, you know, if you have one piece of evidence, the corner's existent. Okay, that's basically how it works. And so they're proportioning this, so they say, you know, it's all screwed up. They don't understand the basis of bearings the public land system is on, so they're on some other basis of bearings, maybe the state plane coordinate system, which is a wonderful system and is all in the middle of changing nationwide, but it's a wonderful system. But, you know, depending on where you are in the zone, and that's being really redefined now by the size of the zones that they're bringing them down to, hundreds and hundreds of zones, sometimes in each state. But they're, you know, back in the day, and this is what I'm talking about, the stuff you and I come out here and deal with, maybe the guy found the bearing tree and used it, but he's over on the extreme edge of the old state plane coordinate zone, so he's got a 2.5, 3 degree rotation to astronomic, which is easily looked up, especially with the internet, you know, thanks to Al Gore. You know, he had the vision of that, or at least claimed he did. You know, we can get that rotation, but if you don't know that rotation, and you're just on your state plane or whatever other base of bearings, and you just pull out that bearing and distance from the bearing tree, You could screw that corner up by quite a few feet, right? People not thinking, not understanding what the intent of the system was. And so the biggest problem, what I was telling you, is we don't know what's lost. We declare lost far too many times. We need to understand the difference between a corner and a monument. We restore, by proportion, lost corners, not lost monuments. Makes sense? The stone's gone, fine. Is there some other way to put it back? Where we want to put it back? Back in its original position, right? Because that protects bona fide rights. So that's what we're interested in. That's why we still go out and look for corners. You know, and some new surveyor, why do we waste our time? We got GPS, we can measure 1320 perfectly, you know. Why are we doing that? And so there are, you know, there's a lot of places, give you an example of, hopefully this is not too complicated to run this. So here's a section, okay? So some surveyor comes along and he finds this quarter corner. He's got to break this 40 acres out here, right? So he finds this quarter corner, let's hope, and maybe he sites one of these, okay, some other corner, but he turns 90 degrees, right? Rather than run to the other quarter corner. So he turns 90 degrees and goes 1320. Maybe he measured it perfectly. Let's just assume it is. And he sets that and then comes down here and does that. The problem is that if I find or set the center of section, and that's 1320 in the record, so I measure 1320 from there, and what does it do? It creates a gap. The system's not supposed to have any gaps. We created gaps by our ignorance of how the public land system worked, okay? So here we go with this, okay? Now, I'll just mention, I think I've got a slide on this later, but I'll just mention, you know what? The 1320 Club, we'll talk about them. Let's just say that I'm going to exaggerate it for scale and bearing for you, but let's just say somebody finds this and does a 1320 out here, okay? The survey is crap. It doesn't protect anybody's rights, okay? However, if I found two of those and this quarter corner is lost, I could get back to the quarter corner position even off of the crap survey. Does that make sense? It's evidence that I can use. It was a bad survey, but I can use it to get back to an original position, okay? So we want to keep our mind open as to what it is we're doing, what we are charged to do. So we proportion lost corners, not lost monuments. So a monument, okay, a corner is a place, okay? That's the simplest way to put it. A corner is a place. A monument is an object set to mark that place. Or in today's world, a monument is an object claiming to be at that point. I went to the section corner, singular word, okay, and found 5 monuments, okay? So we need to understand the difference between those, and a lot of surveyors do not. I want to look at the corner conditions here. Yeah, I was just looking, that doesn't show up very well there, but I know you've got the handouts, so should have darkened that background a little bit. But let's read it, 611 in the manual. An existent corner is one whose original position can be identified by substantial evidence of the monument or its accessories, bearing trees. By reference to the description in the field notes, the first year I surveyed was in Prescott, Arizona, working for, back then engineers could survey, and so I'm working for a civil engineer, but most of his business was surveying. And we would go out and do surveys, a lot of it public lands, but when we were doing public land stuff, okay, we'd take a USGS quad, 7.5 minutes if it was available. Some of you may remember when all that was available were the 15-minute quads, okay? But you go out with the 7.5 minute quad, and you know the red lines for the sectional lines, they cross right here. And I used to be amazed that first year in surveying. I didn't know the notes existed. Neither did my party chief. I don't think the boss knew they existed. But we would go out with those red lines on it, and the party chief would say, it's right here. And I would, wow, that's amazing. Look at the authority and the power of that guy. He's using the force. Okay? We hadn't thought of the force yet, you know, from George Lucas, but hadn't even thought about that. But he was using the force. And so we're doing this, you know. They'd say, look for the corner. Well, we're looking for a rebar. We don't know. There's a stone, a wood post, brass cap. We don't know what it is. And so we're looking, here's a tree with a scratching on it and some numbers scribed in it. I didn't mention it to the boss, because that's not the corner. Okay? That's how I was originally trained. Thankfully, I changed companies, which sometimes is a really great idea. And changed companies and found out, what? They wrote all that stuff down? Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. So let's finish reading that. Where was I? By reference to the field notes, or located by an acceptable supplemental survey record, some physical evidence or reliable testimony. Okay? So reliable testimony, somebody who saw the evidence there. The evidence is gone now, but they can put you back at that position, okay? Which, by the way, is rather rare, okay? But there was a case many years ago where a rancher, this was in Kansas, where the rancher was testifying as to where his corner was. He had told the surveyor, local surveyor, and they were challenging that. Well, how do you know that this section corner was here and not, 20 feet over there or whatever? And he said, well, I just remember that when I saw it, my dad pointed it out to me, and our fence, one of our fences went through it. So it was in the fence, but I also remember, and these were his words, I also remember that when I stood at it, I could look at the barn up there on the hill, and I could see through the front door and the back door. Mental accessories by a civilian, a non-surveyor, mental accessories. And so the court went with that, okay? That was a reliable testimony. So acceptable supplemental survey record, that could have been the county surveyor, which you had a strong history of county surveyors, and that's good. Some states don't have that anymore, and some of them that do have it. Being county surveyor and getting elected to be county surveyor is simply part of your marketing plan for your private business, okay? So that's unfortunate. In fact, in Arizona, there was a county surveyor had a business card with his county surveyor stuff, and if you turned the card over, it had his, Acme Land Surveys or whatever. That wasn't the name, but that's who the Roadrunner, or no, not the Roadrunner, the Coyote would have hired Acme, right? Acme Land Surveys. So, so you find where the county surveyor found the old rotting remains of the wood post and remonumented it with a rebar or a pipe or something, okay? That's the sort of acceptable supplemental survey record. So that's existent. But here's lost. A lost corner is one, you know what? Did that skip that? Yes, it did. There it is. An obliterated corner. Now, the next 4 words were never in the manual before. Okay? An obliterated corner was a completely separate condition between existent and lost, okay? But read what this manual says now. An obliterated corner is an existent corner. Whoa, that is a major change. That was the organization of the manual by many in the BLM, okay? Is an existent corner where at the corner's original position, still about the place, there are no remaining traces of the monument or accessories, but whose position has been perpetuated, or the point for which may be recovered by substantial evidence from the acts or reliable testimony of the interested landowners, competent surveyors. Why'd they put that adjective there? Competent surveyors. You know why. You've come across it on the ground out there. okay? Incompetence, they know we have that problem. Competent surveyors or other local authorities, county surveyor, even the road department sometimes, you know. That's a change. That's worth thinking about. Obliterated corner is, I won't say looser, but you know what? The old school, from the old manuals in the BLM, if there wasn't traces of the original evidence, then they proportioned it, okay? There could be a pipe there set by the county surveyor that's been there for 100 years. Doesn't matter. It's either original evidence or nothing. We proportion it. BLM did that a lot. There's places in Florida where they do 2 or 3 townships and not accept any corner. Every corner had a rebar or a pipe, but they proportioned in the whole township because it wasn't, you know, original evidence. And so here's these hundreds of BLM brass caps sitting a few feet from a pipe or a rebar or something, and it's just an absolute crisis. Is that what Jefferson wanted? An orderly? That's not orderly. Everybody in the whole township was now in trespass. It's ridiculous. But that's what has happened. I'm picking mostly on the Eastern States office of the BLM with that. And then we have the lost corner. That's where you can't find any evidence, you don't have any of this other possibilities or anything, and so it has to be restored only by reference to one or more interdependent corners, okay? So, and that's what we'll kind of look at on Friday. We're just looking at some basic things here to be reminded of stuff, okay? We have different types of corners. We have what's in the rectangular grid, which is what the GLO set, you know, section corners and quarter corners. You and I deal with the subdivisional corners, you know, center section, center north 16th, that kind of stuff, okay? We deal with corners of minimum control. Here's a township line, okay? Here with 40 chains, it's got a corner on it, okay? Those are of maximum control, okay? Because they control alignment and distance, okay? Those closing corners are of minimum control. They don't control the alignment at all, except for the junior lines coming in, okay? They are estimates of where this closes on that, but the true corner is where this line actually intersects the senior line, okay? So, that quarter corner there, okay, is called a quarter corner of minimum control, okay? Why? Because here's the quarter corner of maximum control. It controls the section subdivision to the north. It controls the alignment of the township line. But a corner of minimum control, if it's even been set, you may be the first person to set it, okay? Because the GLO didn't set a lot of those because, hey, we're going to save some money, yeah, which was the idea behind closing corners. So anytime the government says, oh, we got an idea how to save money, it doesn't work out. And while I'm all for shrinking this ridiculous government that we have, I don't think Elon Musk and Rama, whatever his name is, forget his name now, you know, the Doge people that Mr. Trump has put forth, I don't think they have any idea how entrenched the government is. Okay, right now, the Forest Service, in order to save money, okay, government's going to save money. The Forest Service nationally said, we're not going to have any technicians, can't hire any technicians this year. So that could be a campground person, could be someone maintaining the trails. It could be a survey technician. It could be, okay, can't hire any of those. So what does that mean? They're not going to do anything because the people who do the actual work are not employed. So what does that leave you with? GS-13, when I left the BLM, GS-13 with nothing to do but manage. So I'm making the big bucks and I manage. And in the government, I don't know, might not be true, your local government, but in the federal government, the more you make, money-wise, the more you make, the less you do. I realized that. And so I was always scoping for what I saw others getting, and that was the disciplinary promotion. You follow that? Or what we called it in the Forest Service, screw up and move up. Okay? So, anyway, so corners of minimum control, they may have never been set. So, or even if it has been set and it's off the line or something, it's going to control the subdivision of Section 3 or whatever this is down here, right? But if it's off the line, it's not going to define that line, okay? Because it's a minimum control. And you can have 16th corner of minimum control, 64th corner of minimum control. Okay, you see what I'm saying? So different, that's what we're talking about there. So, and then closing corners, two examples here. Crossing closing corners, I think we'll see example of that later. Riparian, okay. The meander corner, the special meander corner, and the auxiliary meander corner. And so do we know what those are? That's sort of the controlling intermediate corners. That's the name that this group of corners has been placed into, and that would include the line tree, which you have a few in Oregon. So you don't find many of those in southern Arizona because tree, what's a tree? See, in Arizona, if you find a stream, it may only be 3 inches wide, but you find a little trickle of water. It's a national park, okay? It's so special that it's a national park. Now, you got to look at that stream. That's got a weird color, and you find it's coming out of some mine adit, so who knows what it is, but wow. So line trees, witness points, meander corners of any kind, closing corners, crossing closing corners. Some witness corners are controlling intermediate corners, some are not. Okay, that's if they're online, they are. If they're not, then they're treated like an accessory. We're going to talk a little bit about some of that stuff as the day goes on. But what we're doing now is just looking at this stuff, okay? Elongated sections, subdivisional corners in those, and how and the legal descriptions are done differently. The process of surveying it is done differently, okay? So we need to understand those things. Hey, you guys at the control booth there, let me know whenever 9:30 shows up. Okay, yes, thank you. That's our break. Well, I guess I still have my phone out here. How are we doing? It was only 9:02. Good grief. Well, you guys starting to look a little sleepy out there. Get some coffee at 9:30. Okay. All right, I want to talk about the degradation of this system. I've already alluded to it quite a bit. But one of the biggest problems was the GLO, and then 1947 or 46, really, the BLM was created and took over cadastral survey. They were very isolated from the private land surveyors, okay? And it was about that time in the 40s that the state started thinking about, a few had already done it, but started thinking about licensing surveyors, okay? And so as the survey profession as we know it now was being created, the people who knew at least the most about the public land system were very isolated. In fact, in the 80s, I was working for the Forest Service, dealing with BLM quite a bit of stuff, and I was just amazed how many times BLM people would make a joke about PLSs. In fact, if you worked for the Bureau and you had your license, you were the butt of a lot of jokes, okay? You got crap over it because you were a licensed surveyor. Now that's turned around here in the last 15, 20 years in most states, okay? A lot more respect both ways, really. But that isolation, what did it do? That's why you and I have got 13, 20 surveys out there. That's why we're finding other ridiculous things that some surveyor did, thinking he was protecting bona fide rights, but didn't know what he was doing. And I'm not talking about splitting hairs. I'm not talking about building a Swiss watch. I'm talking about your corners 25 feet out of position. So the agency was isolated. And so we didn't learn much. And, you know, in the 80s, I started, some of you probably were there, when I started doing my private seminars, and it wasn't at these association meetings, because a lot of states didn't even have association meetings. Or they'd have it, it'd be a business meeting, and let's get drunk, you know, which is a good way to end most business meetings, okay? But, you know, that would be the meeting, and they wouldn't have the speakers. Sometimes they have Walt Robillard or somebody come in, and that was great, you know, and I went to quite a few of those. But the BLM hated me in the late 80s and through the 90s because I started out doing the seminars that many of you first met me on, you know, back in the late 80s. Anyone here remember Lotted Sections Workshop? Anybody remember? Okay, 3 or 4 of you. That was my very first seminar, okay? Subject that I did. All day on closing sections. And it was an eye-opener for a lot of surveyors. That just, wow, it's a lot more to the system than I thought. So they really hated me. You know why? Because I was giving away, well, I wasn't giving it away, I was charging money, but I was still giving away the secret decoder ring. Okay? I was passing on to my fellow private surveyors the secret handshakes, the code words, that sort of stuff. So it's interesting. That was that isolation. It was still in the 90s, okay? I had one time doing a seminar in Santa Fe, New Mexico, at a community college, a bunch of surveyors there, and the BLM cadastral chief for the state of New Mexico walks into the room about 5 minutes before we start, and he just gets up there in front of everybody and says, I want to know what gives you the authority to even talk about the public land system. See? And I said, I don't need any authority. It's the law. New Mexico law says we'll do the manual. I'm teaching people what the manual says. You have never taught the people. Okay, so that really changed. Now, any CFEDs in here? I know. Okay, about 5 of you. Okay. CFEDs came about. That was a real change. And you know, about half of BLM cadastral just hated that program and still hate it. Because, quoting one of their bigwigs, we're just training our replacements. We're training private surveyors. You're just training your replacements. Amen. Well, it would have been nice if we had. But, you know, that was kind of the attitude. So this is not so distant in the future, or in the past, I mean, that this problem was still around. So therefore, the private sector, you and I, were very limited in what our knowledge was, what our understanding was in the public land system. There was sloppiness by the GLO and the BLM in their fieldwork, both original surveys and in resurveys, okay? It was into the 2000s that BLM was still, they called them belly button surveys. And they go out and they'd have a prism, okay, triple prism or a single prism, but they didn't plumb or use a rod or anything. They just held it. They just stood over the corner and held it at their belly button and shot the distance, okay? And this is GPS is already around. Belly button surveys still going on. So that's really changed, and they've realized they can be and should be more precise, but some real sloppiness. So, you know, when you retrace 2640, you know, 40 chains on a GLO survey and it comes in within 2 or 3 feet, that is a miracle, okay? It's amazing, it's wonderful. And I've been amazed at places where they got that within 3/10 you know, chaining over the brush and all the hills and all that stuff. Amazing. And then I've been places, I'll show you one, I think tomorrow, where it's supposed to be 80 chain mile, and it's 85 chains. Oops. But that's what I'm talking about, sloppiness in the field work. Then there were cost-saving gimmicks that came along, the 1320 Club. Arkansas 90, go 1320. We're going to talk about how to spot that kind of stuff and recognize that. Time in the elements. As every year goes by, survey evidence of the public land system deteriorates more, right? Even as we've got the new gadgets and we can measure so well, and that has all come along, the evidence that we should be looking for is starting to disappear. It's been disappearing for 150 years. There was an attitude that, well, the manual is just a guide to the manual. It's just a guide. Now, I usually hear this back east, not east, but states like Michigan and Wisconsin, and occasionally down in the South. Oh, it's just a guide. Our law our state law doesn't cite the PLSS or the BLM manual, GLO manuals like that. And some states do, especially in the West. And I just say, well, does your state statute cite boundary control legal principles? You know, the book by Robillard and Brown and Don Wilson. Does it cite that? Well, no. Well, wait a minute. Then you don't have to do any of the principles of boundary survey. You can do whatever the hell you feel like. And that is, I found that, especially in those Great Lakes states, just whatever they want. Go, oh, the manual doesn't apply here. Hogwash. That attitude, they're not going to pass the NCAAS PLSS exam, okay? So it's not just a guide. In many cases, it's based on federal law, statute, okay? Let's think about this. 1860, somebody gets a patent to the southwest quarter of a section, okay? And that's not a perfect square, and it's not 160 acres. It's wherever it is, right? It's wherever the evidence places it. So our job is to go out and find that evidence and place it there. We're protecting bona fide rights. But if I say, well, the manual is just to guide you in the center of a section and a bearing intersection, nah, we're just going to do whatever we want. Which, by the way, you have an unfortunate and unfortunately famous center of section case here in Oregon, right? I forget the name of it. What is it? Okay. I was thinking it was a different name. Maybe I'm thinking of somewhere else. But, you know, that needs to be appealed. Okay, it won't be probably, but, you know, it's a case where, yeah, just slopped in a center of section. But, you know, that's not up to us. That's not, oh, well, I know that they got this from the federal government, but I'm going to show them where I think it should be or where they want it to be or something like that. Okay, does that make sense? That's what's going on. That's what's going on. Let me tell you, I've got this later in the course, but I'm going to mention Cragen versus Powell, okay? Major U.S. Supreme Court case, 1888, and it was from Louisiana. It was in a township where there's no federal land, no federal interests, not even in oil and gas. They had nothing there, okay? And some surveyor goes out and does a 1320 special, okay? And it goes to court. And what is it goes to the local parish court, and then it goes to their state appellate court and state Supreme Court, and then it went to the U.S. Supreme Court, okay? And why would the U.S. Supreme Court, because see, there has to be a federal issue for the U.S. Supreme Court to address a case. It has to be some federal issue. Why would they address these two landowners in some Mickey Mouse little parish down in Louisiana who are arguing over where a 16th corner goes? Okay? And they not only gave an answer, they said, we have authority because where that 16th corner goes is a function of federal law. Think about that, okay? The U.S. Supreme Court has already said we have, the federal law has control. So no, it's just a guide. That doesn't cut it, okay? That doesn't cut it, okay? So be careful of that, and be careful if your employees have that attitude, okay? And then the government came in and did poor dependent resurveys or independent resurveys or remonumentations and did some sloppy work again, okay? And so this is all part of what you and I have to deal with now that degrades the system. And that's what we face when we go out there on the ground. So this is a long time ago, in the late 80s. Get on a plane in Denver and headed to Washington, D.C. for something. And I always get an aisle seat, okay? Because I want to control my destiny. If we crash, I want to be able to get up and go. If I need to go to the restroom, I want to be able to get up and go. You know, isn't that right? You sit in the window and the guy next to you falls asleep and his legs just stretched out, you know. So anyway, I like to control my destiny, so I get an aisle seat. So I'm in an aisle seat, the middle seat's empty, there's this lady, nicely dressed, sitting at the window. And so, you know how you start up a conversation, and, you know, so we talked a little bit, and she said, what do you do? And I said, well, I'm a land surveyor, and I specialize in the public lands. Now, she's from Virginia, I find out. So she says, what's that? Okay, so I understand, right? The public lands. So by this time, we're over Kansas, okay? So we'll look out your window and see what you see. And so this is before all those darn circles, okay? She looks at it and she sees all the rectangular grid. You know, and I said, that pattern you see there is the public land system. And she said, looks simple to me. So those of you that have taken CFEDs or some other stuff, you know, you can spend many, many hours learning about how simple that is. And of course, that's some of the stuff we're going to talk about today, right? So I'm going to ask you, because we were just flying over Kansas, I've met a lot of land surveyors who are, when it comes to public lands, they're just flying over Kansas. They just, oh, it's a bunch of squares and, you know, whatever, okay? And that's not true. So that's my question here. The PLSS is a very complex system, okay? It's based on statutory law, case law, I just mentioned Cragen versus Powell, and common law. So I'm going to ask you a tough question here. We don't like that word ignorance, but it literally means without knowledge. Like, it doesn't mean you're stupid, it means you're without knowledge. So I'm asking you, how does the ignorance factor, the without knowledge factor, affect you? How about the people that work for you, the people that are in the field working for you? How does that affect you? So, do we really know how to do stuff? And I'm going to bring up a whole bunch of things, and we're also going to go into detail on some of them, and if you have questions on them, that's fine. So let's just run through this list for a minute here. Do you know how to subdivide a normal section? Well, I hope so, okay? Do you know how to subdivide a lotted closing section? In a normal township, that would be the sections on the north and west tier, right? Do you know how to subdivide a section 6? Okay? Because that's a little different. So do we know how to do that? Do you know how to subdivide a fractional section? You know, one of the biggest problems with fractional sections is most of us don't know what a fractional section is. We don't understand the definition of a fractional section, and so you see people, okay, I just saw this a couple weeks ago. Some surveyor sent me something from, where was Iowa? Somewhere up there. Iowa, and he sent, and it's a section 3, okay, so it's a closing lotted section. Section 3 up against the township line, and he calls it a fractional section, and he's wanting to subdivide it using the law from 1805 about fractional section. And I told him, this is not a fractional section. Don't do that, okay? So let's just for a second define fractional section. This is my simplified version compared to the manual, which is several paragraphs long. A fractional section is one where one or more of its original corners was never fixed. Okay? What does fixed mean? You've had your dog fixed. What does fixed mean? Where the corner has not been fixed. See, we're not talking about something that was monumented but has become lost, because it was fixed at one time. Okay? We're not talking about something that was, well, okay, that was lost. We're not talking about a corner where there's a measurement but they didn't monument it. Because if there's a measurement across a line and say at the midpoint they didn't monument the quarter corner, and there were different reasons why GLO or BLM would not monument that, it didn't mean that it's a lost corner. It didn't mean that it was not fixed, okay, because I can proportion it in to fix it. Does that make sense? So one or more of its controlling corners was never fixed. So you have these, okay, the simplest example is sections up against the Pacific Ocean, okay? Most of their or all of their west quarter corners were never fixed. Does that make sense? But you have them all over the place in Oregon, okay? With rivers, lakes, okay? Sections where one or more of the corners, controlling corners, section and quarter corner, one or more of the controlling corners was never fixed. It was never established. So we're not talking about monumented or not monumented. We're talking about, was it fixed? So if the corner, one or more, was not fixed, then you have a fractional section by definition, okay? This guy from Iowa, he was calling it fractional because the title company, who is a major authority, the title company called it a fractional section 4, okay? That's not fractional, okay? Section 4, you know, up against the township line. It's gonna have lots, 4 lots normally, okay? That's not a fractional section. But some people call it fractional but out of habit, that sort of thing, okay? But a true fractional section, I've got a slide on this a little later, but there's the boundary of a land grant or a DLC, it could be, okay? Some fixed line that's senior to the public land system, okay? And so then you've got a section sitting in here like this, and so its north quarter corner was never fixed, its northwest section corner and its west quarter corner and its southwest section corner was never fixed. Make sense? That's fractional, okay? That is a fractional section. And so the rules on fractional section, which we'll see in a little bit on the slides, is if I got to run this east-west midsection line, what bearing do I run it at, okay? And in this example, I'd take that bearing, I have to go retrace it, and I'd take this one, and if the quarter corner's here, then there's probably another one there. So I've got 3 lines, and I'm going to do a weighted mean of those. Weighted mean, and whatever that comes out to, that's the bearing. I'll run that on. Some service, oh, the manual's just a guide. No, that's an 1805 federal statute, okay? So what is a fractional section is the first issue we have to deal with. You know, I'll give you one example. Let's say you've got a section here and there's a river comes through it. That's possible in Oregon. See, that doesn't happen much in Arizona or New Mexico, okay? But you got a river runs through it, make a movie. And so that quarter corner, it was never monumented, okay? Never monumented because it's in the river. But there's a return here. There's a distance from meander corner to meander corner, right? On the plat or in the notes or both. That's what we call a return. It's a piece of information from a measurement made in the field. This is not a fractional section. Even though it's quarter corner, then I guess I drew another quarter corner. Even though it's quarter corners or section corners are not there because of the river or a smaller lake, it's not fractional, okay? Because it has returns here and here. Any questions on that? Are we okay with that? So this is helping us understand what is a fractional section and what isn't. So do we know how to subdivide fractional sections? Do we know how to research the federal cadastral records? Okay, some states, that's easy. Other states, it's not so easy. You guys are pretty lucky here in Oregon for those. Do you know how to conduct comprehensive corner search? Comprehensive, as opposed to the story I told first thing about here's where midpoint online is with my GPS. I don't see anything. I scratched the dirt, you know, and there's nothing here, so we'll set it and we'll walk away feeling good because math always makes you feel good. Okay? So and if you're an engineer, math should make you feel good. That sewer is going to flow. Okay? That makes you feel real good. But in surveying, okay, math isn't the answer. And so as we'll see today, and I think on Friday as well, you've heard people say, it actually says it in the manual, that proportioning, which is just math, that proportioning is the last resort. That's not true anymore. It's not true. I had a surveyor, he's from North Carolina, but he has a license in Arizona. And so he had some cell site and he had to come up with, public lands tied in and all that. And so he sends me his data and he surveyed the section, but there wasn't one quarter corner. He just measured the four corners of the section. I said, well, you got to compute, or not compute, you've got to go look for and find, if it exists, the quarter corners. So, oh no, we just set them at midpoint. Okay, this is going on, folks. This is just 4 or 5 weeks ago, okay, where I heard this story. So no, we don't. We got the 4 section corners. We'll just midpoint all those and subdivide the section that way. Not at all, right? And you should see why that is in error, but that's not comprehensive corner search. And then when you do know you're supposed to look for the quarter corner or whatever, is it comprehensive? Have you really researched the record? Have you considered all the possibilities? I found, working for the Forest Service, that when I was in trees, I preferred to look for bearing trees, okay? Because they would often be the one thing that survived and all that, instead of the wood post at the corner. But, and so I would find myself looking around at all the trees and all that stuff and walking around this scattered mound of stone under the duff, and not realize that's where the corner is if I just go look there. But now I'm looking at all my favorite kind of evidence. Okay, it's kind of a human trait, I suppose. But, so have you looked for all the evidence? Does your crew know what is included in evidence? And I've done surveys where there's a legal description the client has provided. If I just read the description, not just pull out the bearings and distances, but read the description, I'd find that they had a tie from one of their meets and bounds corners to the quarter corner. And I can't find that quarter corner now. I think I'll go get on their basis of bearings, and you see what I'm saying? Because I want to put it back where it was, not where it should have been, not where the math makes me feel all warm and fuzzy, but rather where it was, not where the client wants it. Comprehensive corner search. And then do we know how to restore lost corners by all 7 methods? There's actually 8 methods in the manual. The 8th one is the miscellaneous control. I don't understand it from the manual. I talked to the BLM in Arizona and they told me how it was, and then I talked to Ron Schurler, some of you know Ron, here in Oregon, and he told me something completely different. And I talked to one other BLM guy in Colorado, and he told me something different. So I decided I'm not teaching it until the Bureau decides what it is, okay? So I'm sticking with the other 7 methods. Do you know all 7 of those methods? Do you know when to step away from those? Do you know when not to proportion? That's a basic part of it, but if you're going to proportion, do you know how to use the right math and the right control? For line, for distance, for that sort of thing. Any questions anybody's got? You've been pretty quiet. You know, and as usual, I brought some of my books to give away for good questions, and nobody's asked a good question yet. Oh. Go ahead.
Why do you say the new manual is the cheapens the division of 09? So the Oregon kind of cheapens the 73 manual.
Oh, well, the reason some in the BLM call the new manual, the 2009 manual, the organization of the manual, is because Oregon, rather early on in the BLM here, understood that if you don't have original evidence, you could still come up with a corner position based on what others had done. Okay? And like we read existent, and then we read obliterated, and you could see the change that they made. And so they were okay. There's an iceberg up ahead, and you're on the Titanic, okay? And there's a mouse on a leaf trying to turn the Titanic, okay? That was Bob Dahl editing the 2009 manual, trying to get BLM away from it's either existent or we proportion, and realizing there's a huge area in between, which you and I already knew, didn't we? That's a good question. Oh yeah, now everybody's gonna fiction or surveying, sir, in your book? Which book you want? Surveying. Does this guy need ethics? Well, they're all nodding. How about the public lands textbook? Don't have one of those? Okay, that's yours, sir.
Really trying to restore the original position, not trying to figure out the new corner or whatnot. And so if you have that BT, do you ever take into account, especially like nowadays, you know, we talk about the sloppiness. Jerry Estabrook is who taught me a lot of things starting out for me, and he taught me like we would always tie a BT side center. And we'd drive a nail, try to find side center the best we could, drive the nail, tie it there, and that's how we got our distance. Whereas, you know, 40 years go by, 50 years go by, trees grow. They move, you know, those positions might move. But nowadays, often you find a lot of times people might not note they tied to the face of the tree. Well, so now restoring that original position becomes...
Okay, well, let's understand that in the public lands, bearing trees are supposed to go to the center of the tree at the top of the root crown, and that was always the law, okay? There's an exception of going to the face of the blaze. Anybody know what kind of surveys that's on? Chaining knots would usually indicate that, although, you know, the notch kind of got you a little closer to the center of the tree too. But there was a type of survey that always went to the face of the blaze. Mineral surveys, okay? Mineral, so they always, so you may have exceptions because of the chaining notch or whatever, I understand. But you're right. And I know surveyors that say, well, anywhere on the tree. Well, I don't think so. I mean, it was always the center of the tree at the top of the root crown. And if the tree blows over, I can still figure that out within a foot or two, you know, right in the stump hole or whatever, or the tree's been cut. I can still figure that out. You know, I can drive a nail or something into the center of that tree and I'll be within a few tenths, right? So, now I don't know if that addressed your specific question.
Jerry would always say, you know, he would always measure heart center of the tree is what he called it. And so we would get that shot on the side and he would do a horizontal angle offset or whatever, try to figure out exact center of that tree, you know, so he had a good true position. But I know a lot of guys go into the woods, they tie that nail, and when they write a BT note or something, it's just the distance right there, you know?
I understand what you're saying.
And so.
Good. You're going to get a piece of fiction. If you don't like it, let your wife or girlfriend read it. But this is based on a true story GLO survey in 1901, okay? All right. It's break time, and I can tell you guys are desperate for a break. So if you have more good questions, save those till afterwards. So let's see, what time is it? 9:33, so I'll see you at 10:03, okay? So, yeah, we're kind of asking ourselves, what do we really know? And I'm kind of challenging you with some of these principles, concepts. We're going to look at some of them, okay? So, I don't know if you can see this very well from back there, but some of you have this digitally or paper, perhaps. But they did make them available to you, right? The handouts, are they? The digital version, yeah. So this is kind of interesting. You know, hey, do the light controls in here, can we just dim that front row there, or is it all one? Okay, well maybe dim it a bit, or is it just on off? How many of you know who Wendy Lathrop is? Anybody know? What? So, lady surveyor, she's from the Philadelphia area, a good friend for many, many years. And we seminared together for 5 or 6 years, had a lot of fun. She's, you know, East Coast, meets abounds. And I'm public lands, and well, and she's a woman, I'm a man. She's Jewish, I'm not. But we would have so much fun with those differences in the seminar. But Wendy has always said, Dennis, there's only a very small percentage of women in surveying, and it will never change. There'll always be this like less than 1% or whatever it is. So I know we got 3 or 4 of you in here, so thank you for putting up with us and being here today too. So just giving a special shout out to the ladies in surveying. Wendy was the one that started the Women in Surveying group that NSPS has now, so many years ago. So she's pretty sharp and a lot of fun. So I know she's been here because she's been your main speaker like I am this year in the past here at PLSO. So anyway. Neat lady. So, okay. I guess we weren't successful, huh?
We could take out the cams, but if we take out, or the tripod, if we take out the cams, we won't be able to see you on the camera.
So, okay, so she's saying that if they turn out those lights, you can't see me on the camera. No problem. Okay, we'll live with it. Okay, well, I've got 4 or 5 plats on here, or drawings. The one on the top, the big one, now that's it, perfect, perfect. Is a dependently resurveyed township in Arizona, and I just want you to notice that sections 2, 3, and 5 have lotting. 10 has some lots, but not all of it. 11, the east half of it is, well, there's a quarter in section 11. What's going on? Okay, dependent resurvey. All of a sudden, like section 3 there, well, it had, when on the original plat, it had lots 1, 2, 3, 4. That was it. Now those are gone, and the whole section is lotted. What's going on? Okay, I had a firm in Farmington, New Mexico, did a lot of surveying there, a lot of oil and gas stuff out on federal land, and they had all kinds of places where they had lotting, some townships, and the entire township lotted. And this is back probably 1990, and so they said, Dennis, if we'll pay your expenses and you come here and we'll pay you a couple $1,000 to tell us how to subdivide like section 10, okay, which is, you know, some of it's not lotted, some of it is, how to subdivide that. So I flew up there and in the first 10 minutes told them the answer. And I kept their $2,000. But I stayed all day because I figured something like that would happen. So I gave them that old course allotted sections workshop, which covers this, but showed them why and how that works. But You know, like section 10, okay? Or section 3 for that matter. The rule is simply this: subdivide it like it was on the original plat. Okay? This doesn't change anything. They can't move any land. They can't do any because bona fide rights. Right? So they can't move stuff, change stuff, but they do change the legal description of some parcels. I've got a laser, I think, on here, yeah. Section 10 here, okay? That parcel there is lot 4, but on the old plat, it would have been the southeast of the northwest, okay? So they've changed the legal description. They've changed its acreage, because when it was southeast of the northwest, it was 40 acres, Aliquot Part, okay? Now it's lotted, it's got some other acreage, 38.34, but you can't move the land, period. So just go to the original plat, normal section sub, so just subdivide it like a normal section. Keith?
So how do you deal with the bank when you tell the bank they just lost 1.66 acres?
Yeah, he's asked, how do you tell the bank they've lost acreage? It was 40 acres, you know, or even the title company, you know, doesn't understand it, or the realtor doesn't understand it. And so, or the property owner. Well, I've had that. I did a survey in Arizona. She had 40 acres, this lady from Texas, and she, 40 acres, I did the survey, and it had 39 acres. You know, so where's my other acre? You never had it. No, I've got a warranty deed that says that I've got 40 acres. I said, well, you never had it, because of the positioning of the monuments, you never had it. So she says, you're just not a very good surveyor, are you? So I told her, I'll tell you what, you can take this to any other surveyor here in town. I was in Flagstaff, in town, and have them review it, what I did. And if I screwed up, I'll pay for that review and I'll go fix the survey. Okay? But if they say I did a good job, then you have to pay for that review. Well, it turned out she had to pay for the review. Came back and apologized, but that was just one of the classics, you know. You're not a really good surveyor, are you? And I thought, well, we could find, there were still a couple of older guys there, 1320 Club, and you know, well, we could bring them out and she'd get exactly 40 acres, you know, in a bogus survey. But anyway, so, all right, so there was a story. What was the original question, Keith?
How do you tell the bank?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, how do you explain? I just have to explain to them, the bank, title company, whoever, landowner, this is how it works. This is what you have. You never had the 40 acres, even though you got a deed that says that. In the patent, which was a quick claim deed, it said 40 acres, more or less, okay? And you got less. Yes, sir?
And in Oregon, when they did this, they only relotted federal land.
That is correct.
They didn't relot.
That.
And they relotted if it was more than 5% out from the original acre.
Well, it could be any of the 3 of the rectangular limits. I'll repeat it. Thanks. It's saying in Oregon, this is true everywhere. When they relotted something, it was still federal land at the time of the resurvey. Okay, so like that section 10, you know, you see some areas there with no lotting number on it. Those were already patented at the time that this resurvey was done. Okay, so what got relotted was remaining federal land at the time of the survey that was open to entry. Okay, so let's talk about that for a second. Open to entry meant that it was available for some kind of entry by a citizen, either to homestead or oil and gas or timber rights or something, okay? They could enter that land, and the GLO and BLM always called those people the entryman. The entryman was the person who entered the land and got the rights. So this is land that's still federal and is open to entry, okay? So if part of this was in an area not open to entry, wilderness or something, they wouldn't relot. But what caused the relotting, going back to your question then, okay, there were 3 rules for rectangularity, okay? In the original surveys, they had two basic rules about what they were supposed to be doing, and one was create as many aliquot parts as possible, okay? So that was the rule in the original survey, and the second rule was maintain rectangularity. So then that second one, there were three rules within it for maintaining rectangularity, and they were the 5% rule, which is the one you mentioned, okay? So if the land turns out to be more or less 5% different acreage than the original survey said, that triggered it, okay? Second was the 21-minute rule. If any of the bearings on the line were more than 21 minutes out of cardinal, that triggered it. So it only took one of those three to trigger it, okay? So the 5% rule, the 21-minute rule, and then the 50-link rule, which might have been here in Oregon, 100-link rule, because I have to think about that. But the 50-link rule in essence was as long as the mile was within 50 links of 80 chains, okay? But if it changed that, okay, so section 10 here, 3834 is within the 5% rule, right? 5% of 40 acres is 2 acres, right? It was within that, but look at the bearing over here on this east section line. Okay, north 2 degrees east, south line, south 87, okay? This one's within the 21-minute rule, and this one is pretty close, but the overall computation of this was, what they probably figured out is that north-south midsection line would be more than 21 minutes out of cardinal, okay? So it was those three rules, 5% rule, 21-minute rule, and 50-link rule. Okay, if you look at that, you see that south line of the section is 7730, pretty significant, you know, more than 50 links or even one chain if it was here, if here was that way. Good. That's a good question. I don't know if it deserves a book. I gotta think about that. Do you need a book?
The one that has the underwear on the bedpost?
The underwear on the bedpost. I thought I unpublished that book. What are you talking about?
One of those, I heard in one of those that was a memorable part of the book. Is it Rastra or was it?
Okay, I don't know if there was underwear on it, but Arastra, you know, I don't think it had underwear anywhere. One day, though, I'm on the Kaibab National Forest in Arizona surveying, and I went back to get the legs and back sight and bring it back up. And I get there, and the crew, we got a T2, okay, nice glass, all that, and it's way offline, and they're looking down at this makeshift cabin where some hippies were living, and here's this woman out hanging in the laundry naked. So the crew's sitting there. I said, we got to get back to surveying. Well, look. So I took a look, and a few minutes later, we got back to the survey. No, one of those odd experiences out surveying. So, yeah, I don't know about the underwear, but do you have a Rastra? Have you read? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't remember that, but my wife's here in the room. Thanks. Stand up, Sue. This is my wife, Sue. Incredibly brave woman to come to a surveyor conference. I'm sorry, yes, I'm sorry.
So on this section 10,
Yes.
the southwest quarter didn't get lotted, is that because it had already gone to patent then?
That's right.
Okay.
Or possibly it was not open to entry. There might have been some mineral withdrawal on it or something where people couldn't.
Something written on it, right?
Yeah. Well, it's just showing where a house is, which tells you, yeah, it was probably private land. And of course, you can tell that from the title records in your research what the reason was. Anyone else? So those are the rules of rectangularity. Well, that went back to, 1851. They're doing a survey here in Oregon, but we see those come forward in the dependent resurvey process, and why we suddenly get lotting where we didn't have any lotting. Okay? Think about section 3. I know you probably can't see it too well, but so it was lots 1 through 4, they're gone. Now it's 5 through 20. The whole section's allotted, so it was all federal. It's open to entry, okay? How would you subdivide that section? We'd just go back to the original plat. Bearing, intersection, okay, for center of section. 16ths are all at midpoint except the 3 going to the north, right? The north 16th on the west side, the north 16th on the east side, and the center north 16th going up, okay? Those are all, in any lotted section, lotted section closing, you would have a non-midpoint for those 16ths, right? This is going back maybe 10 or 12 years ago, but the Arizona State exam had a question about setting one of those 16ths. And more than half the applicants could not, they all wanted to go midpoint. Okay? But those 16ths don't go at midpoint because the plat tells you to do something different. So, right, isn't that our general rule in the public lands? Always let the record tell you what to do. Always let the plat tell you what to do. So, question here for you then. On the original survey, which I don't have here for you, coming from the quarter corner, like the west quarter corner, it would have been 20 chains, parenthetical distance, to the north 16th, and then something else, right, going into the township line. So it was non-midpoint, right? However, I heard a phone go off. I was somewhere, seems like it was South Dakota or somewhere, where if your phone went off during one of the sessions, you had to put a $20 bill in a jar, and it went to the scholarship fund or something, but it's a pretty cool idea. Remember that, Jared, okay? Or you could just take it home, Jared, but I'll give you an ethics book, okay? All right. So, you see what I'm saying? Now I look at this, and the closing half mile isn't whatever it was before. It's 38.09. And they give you new parentheticals on there. You probably can't read those. But 1790, which would have been 20, okay, and then whatever that is, 1900 up there, which would have been some oddball number. How do you set that 16th now that you've got different parentheticals? Well, what's the rule? Just do it like the original plat told you, okay? You can proportion to the numbers on the original plat, which was 20 and something, or you can proportion to the numbers on this resurvey plat, which are 1790 and 19. It'll come out the same, because those numbers all relate. They protected the ratio. Does that make sense? They protected that non-midpoint ratio. Well, or in this survey, or in the original? Well, in this survey, they could set the 16th, and it would hopefully be at that position, right? Are you saying you've experienced something? Oh, yes. If there's a 16th, and I don't care if it's set by GLO or BLM, if it was set by a private surveyor and did a halfway decent job, I'm going to accept that as the 16th, okay?
Maybe you should restate that.
I'm listening.
Even if it was by a private surveyor, I'm going to accept that 16th.
Okay. Even if it was set by a private surveyor and he did a decent job, I'll accept it, okay? I'm under no obligation. You might be surprised, but when GLO set the section and quarters, quarter sections, and then the BLM came back in later and they screw up a 16th or something, I'm under no obligation to honor their brass gap that did not protect bona fide rights, okay? And BLM has very reluctantly gone back out many times and removed a corner, rewritten the notes where they accept your rebar or whatever, you know, as the corner when it's been shown to them that they screwed up. Now, I'm not talking about original survey, okay? I'm talking about in the dependent resurvey. It's a good discussion. Anyway, I'm just asking you, how comfortable do you feel dealing with a township like this? I gave you the secret decoder ring. What about that lower left? The record data, like say it's a range line maybe. It's a straight line in the record, 80 chains, and there's a line tree. There's a line tree in there, okay? So now you come back, very relevant question here in Oregon. You come back out, and I've exaggerated for scale, but on the right there, there's a bearing break at the line tree, and then there's a bearing break at a 16th corner, going back to your question, okay? So I find out that the section line isn't straight. Okay, here'd be a great question on the LS exam. True or false? Just keep it simple, true or false. A section line is always straight between the quarter corner and the section corner. Okay, well, it's got the word always, so in surveying, false. Okay, false. And what changes it? Controlling intermediate corners, okay? A line tree. Now, it's probably not going to be that big of a bearing break, but in the case studies tomorrow, I'll show you one here in Oregon where BLM did that and found the line tree and how they used it, okay? And then I put the 16th up there. Say that the 16th was found, the GLO had said it, or BLM, and they didn't screw it up. Again, this is severely exaggerated for scale, but they said it and you're going to accept it. It may put a deflection. It may not be at perfect midpoint, right? Somebody was there in 1950 with a 1-minute K&E gun and 100-foot tape. And they got that thing, that 16th corner, it's within a foot or two. I am dumbfounded. I'm amazed. All right. So the quarter corner on that same drawing, the quarter corner is lost. Okay, the manual says quarter corner, single proportion on the straight line. But it isn't a straight line, and it never was a straight line, is it? And so we proportion from the line tree to that 16th of all three of these existed and put that quarter corner in on that proportion. We don't put it at midpoint latitudinally or anything else from the section corners. It goes on a single proportion there. Okay? BLM in the 50s, 60s or so, and maybe, I think through the 60s, just ignored line trees and any other controlling intermediate corner, and then it went to court. And now BLM graciously accepts any kind of a controlling intermediate corner and realizes it bends the bearing, usually slightly. It'll change the acreages just slightly to either side. But it'll be used for proportioning lost corners and for proportioning subdivisional corners. And people say, well, it's not straight. Never was. But it says it was straight in the record. Yeah, and it says it was 80 chains. I'll bet it didn't turn out, did it, right? Nothing turns out, other than by miracle, nothing turns out from the GLO record to be exactly how they said it, right? So, but that line tree's not on the line. No. It is the line. Does that make sense? It is the line. And in the lower right, there's a closing section inside a township. How does that happen? We'll see some of that. It's not a fractional section, but how would, like I've got a black dot there on the center East 16th, how would you set that? I'm challenging you. Do you know how? And if you want more details on any of these, I'll be happy to do that. Otherwise, I'll continue through my list. Okay? Okay, the 3 land units, we mentioned them this morning. We have aliquot parts, which means things are normal. Okay, aliquot is a French word, and it's aliquot in French, but again, we can butcher it because we want to. Aliquot, it means equal with no remainder. That's what aliquot means, equal with no remainder. All right, you're going to have to go back to grade school to remember 2 into 5. The first thing, they didn't teach you decimals right off the bat, okay? 2 went into 5 2 times, so that would be 2, and then they taught me put an R for the remainder of 1. Okay, that's not aliquot. Okay, 2 went in there twice, but there was a remainder. Okay, aliquot part equal with no remainder. Okay, now then, you know, a few weeks later they taught me to do this or whatever it is. Okay, that is right. Okay. I should be able to do that in my head, that simple, right? I've had 2 cups of coffee. Okay, so that helps us see what equal with no remainder is, okay? So with aliquot parts, everything's going in at midpoint or a fourth of the distance, or depending on what corner it is, it's going in at some equal distance, or what we would call an aliquot distance, okay? 40, well 80 really, but 40, 20, 10, 5, 2.5, okay? Aliquot distances. Then we have government lots, okay? They're just called lots in the public land system, but a lot of the country calls them government lots to differentiate them from residential lots or other uses of the term lot, okay? And the definition of a government lot is a non-aliquot subdivision of a section. So it's still a subdivision of a section, but it's not aliquot. It is not equal, okay? And then tracts, that's the more generic term. They're called non-rectangular entities. In CFEDs, we call them non-rectangular entities. This can be anything that doesn't conform to the public land system on at least one line or more, okay? So there's probably, I don't know, 2 or 3 dozen non-rectangular entities out there on the public domain. Here's a list of them, of some of them. Indian reservations. Some reservations follow the rectangular system, so fine, but military reservations, homestead entry surveys up in the forests. Small holding claims in New Mexico and Florida, donation land claims here and in Florida. The Spanish grants or the Mexican grants were called ranchos. French arpent surveys, all up and down the Mississippi, as far north, well, Detroit, what is it, in Iowa, believe it or not, there's a Spanish land grant in Iowa, okay? And I think he spent 1 winter there. And they decided it's a lot warmer down in Mexico. And so my theory, he abandoned the claim. But it was a piece of private land right on the Mississippi, by the way. French arpent surveys, other special surveys, okay? Some national park boundaries. Yellowstone is mostly its own survey, so it's a non-rectangular entity. Town site surveys could be aliquot, but could also be meets and bounds or non-rectangular entity. Lighthouse surveys. We don't have a lot of those down in Arizona and New Mexico, but there's some on the coast. U.S. surveys, mostly in Alaska. Patented mineral claims, that would be lode claims. What did they call them for the mill site. I'm trying to think of the mill site, where they could patent land there that didn't have to conform to the public land system. And then also your riparian ones, that followed a creek bed or whatever, they were all meets and bounds. So they were patented mining claims. And then independent resurvey tracts, even the state and international boundaries are non-rectangular entities, okay? So lots of them. And so what we're seeing is we've got adequate parts, we've got lots, and then we have tracts or NREs. Okay with that? Anybody think of some other non-rectangular entity here? In Alaska, they've got cannery tracts where they were patenting land out for someone to build a fish cannery, right on the ocean, of course. And there's probably a dozen others that don't appear much. I found one in Arizona called a garden reservation. And it was like 40 acres for a garden, and it was down near the water, near a fort, okay? An old, 1850s, 60s, 70s type of fort, chasing down Geronimo or whatever. And they had a fort there, and it had a garden that was land that had been set aside for that. So it didn't gotten a patent, but it was still a tract. Okay? Yes, sir. Say again? A cemetery? Well, I don't know. Have you seen cemeteries that are tracted out from the public lands?
Well, I've only dealt with one job where I even looked at a cemetery, and there was the old, in the cursive writing, there's an old description of one tract in it being, or one piece in it being described precisely by chains and distance, meets and bearings, or whatever, meets and bounds. But I don't think there's ownership on anything else in the cemetery. I think the cemetery is just owned as a piece of property.
Well, and that may be, maybe the land was private and somebody turned it into a cemetery, which is for most of them,
Right. I
But
believe that's what it was.
maybe, I've never seen it, but maybe. I wouldn't be surprised. Yes, sir.
The Forest Service has a small tract act.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one, yeah. The Small Tracts Act that the Forest Service got in 1984, which allowed surveying out small pieces of land that people were innocently, supposedly trespassing on and could be sold. The Forest Service could sell it to the individual to resolve the trespass. So, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. So anyway, there's a bunch of them. Those are the three basic land units, and we look for those, and as we do our research, we discover those and figure out what's going on with them, okay? Now, we're talking about lotting, so I want to talk about the main functions of lots, okay? Government lots. They were to serve as a buffer where junior surveys met senior surveys. Where did that occur? On the north and west side of the township, right? North and west side of the township is where that usually occurred. There's places where that's differently, or the township was run backwards or something for reasons, okay? I don't think I've got a copy of that plat here, but this is New Mexico, this is Arizona, and this is Mexico, okay? So this last township, they knew they're going to have lotting because these were senior, so they knew they're going to have lotting. So they ran the township backwards. So section 6 is up here, all aliquot, okay? So I got that on the final exam in my public lands class at University of Wyoming. And a lot of people just don't look at the record. It's pretty plain. You look at section 6, and there's no lotting. Everything's 80 chains. That's different than what we're used to, right? And so it ended up, it wasn't 36 because it was a little short east and west, but section 36 was lotted on the south and east sides, okay? Junior, senior. It's the buffer where the junior survey closes into the senior survey. So some people ask, well, then why in a normal township, okay, where the lotting is across the north and west, why isn't there lotting on the east and the south? They didn't close in there. They found that corner and measured from it. Does that make sense? From it, as opposed to closing into. Okay? So that's why in a normal township, you only had them on the north and west side. So a buffer, where a junior survey met a senior survey, and that happens in a lot of different ways, but let's look at these other reasons here. To provide an area and a description of 40 acres that would have been adequate that have been invaded by a tract. Okay, it would have been adequate, so okay, we're all surveyors. We're supposed to be observant. As I get older, I find that I'm less and less observant of things. Did anyone notice anything out of sorts with me and my clothing this morning that I have since fixed? Now, let me make sure. My zipper's up, okay. All right. Nobody? What? Okay. I think it was doing that before. I mean, I didn't, none of you noticed. It's kind of a small thing. My tie clasp was not centered on the tie. And at the break, my wife saw me fix that. And I told her that this is the sort of thing that just drives surveyors nuts. That's why she came. Exactly. Screw you. Okay. Yeah, what's an eighth? Thank you. Some architect? 100th, yes. What's that? That's called metric. Metric. Oh, yeah, metric system. Give me a break. Oh, I know what I was doing. So here's a section that would be normally subdivided, okay, down to the, they would show at least the 160s on the plat, but it's got a mineral claim sitting in here, okay? So say this is section 10 out in the middle of the township, so it wouldn't have any lotting because of closing up against anything, but what would have been 40, those two are invaded by a non-rectangular entity, a tract, so they get a lot number, okay? And they get an acreage assigned to them, okay, that's less than 40, because it was invaded by a tract. We okay with that? That's the second function of lots. The next one's very similar. To provide an area and a description of 40-acre parcels that would have been adequate that had been invaded by a meandered body of water, okay? You have a lot of that. It amazes me. We flew in Monday night, got in like at midnight, thanks to United Airlines, but anyway, and so stayed in Troutdale, and then drove up the gorge a little ways, and so it amazes me, being a southwestern surveyor, to be driving along and all these bridges and all these streams and these waterfalls and all, it's just amazing, because we don't have much water in the desert, so meandered bodies of water. So if there's a river there that goes through that, this would have been lotted, 1, 2, so that would be 3, 4, okay, and given acreages, less than 40 usually, okay? What's going on there? Okay. Well, that's why it's lotted, because we're identifying the remaining land that's either outside of the non-rectangular entity or that's outside of the meandered body of water. Why did the GLO meander certain bodies of water? Anybody know? Well, the instructions, okay, probably said, or the manual said something like that. Well, I don't think they belong to the federal government necessarily. They did at the time, but when the state became a state, if it was navigable, the state got the ownership, right? So, yeah, they didn't know usually when they meandered something whether it was going to be navigable or not, right? If it was navigable, the state was going to get it, and then the state might have given it away or partially given it away, which some states did. But if it was non-navigable, then the upland owners would own it, which would be the federal government at the time of the survey. That's right, sir. Get it.
I believe, I read somewhere that it was done because of drafting, so they could book it.
So they could what now?
It was a necessity.
Drafting?
Drafting, so they could go on the flat.
Okay, that's true. He's suggesting this, and that is true. For the draftsman back in the land office to draw the river in the proper place, the meanders gave him, bearings and distances information to come up with that. But there was something else that caused the government to do this right off the bat. Yes. Go ahead, sir.
We couldn't farm it, so they didn't count in the acres.
The first, I'm coming to that.
Online audience is clamoring for your questions. So please, I'll try and get them in the mic, okay? That
Okay.
helps with the recording.
Well,
content
I'm
as
going
well.
to answer that. It'll be clear what it was. His question, for those of you online, his question was, Dennis, why are you so damn handsome? And so I'm going to try to answer that, okay? Yeah. His comment is they couldn't farm it. That's why, and that is exactly right. The first 20 years of the public land system, they weren't meandering much at all. They meandered the Ohio River because it was essentially a state line. The center line was, but so they meandered that. But they started meandering because Congress was inundated with people who got a patent to a section, say, and so they paid the original system $1 an acre. So they bought 640 acres and paid $640, and then they come in and say, 20 acres of that is under the river or is in a lake, and I can't farm it. So Congress said in the 1805 amendment to the public land system, they said, they didn't say who owns it, they didn't say anything, they just said, we're going to compute the upland acreage. That makes sense? What's up out of the water that could be farmed. Okay? The meander line was not a boundary. Okay? It was an informational traverse. That's the new language in the new manual. Informational traverse of where the edge of the water was. It did not establish where rights were. It did not establish where the ordinary high water mark is. It didn't do any of that. What it did do was give them something to compute the upland acreage. And so in a 40-acre parcel, 5 of it is in under the river. He's only going to have to pay. He may still own that out there, but he only has to pay the government for 35 acres. Okay? That's the reason. And to identify parcels that are out of limits after a dependent resurvey, which is what we were looking at when we first came back from the break. Okay? Remember section 3 and 10, and they found parcels that were still open to entry. So they were federal land at the time of the survey, still open to entry, and they had violated the rectangular limits. Okay? So understand, the manuals from the 1851 on all had closure limits, okay? All right, some of you don't know what I'm talking about. You start with coordinates here and you go around the record bearings and distances, and it should come back to the same coordinates. Okay, that's a closure. They had closure requirements, which were pretty loose, okay? They could be a few chains off in many cases. But let's understand that the closure limits were about how well they were measuring. The rectangular limits, 5% rule, 21-minute rule, 50-link rule, Those were not about closure. They're not the same at all. They were about whether a parcel qualified to be aliquot or not. Okay? So what were the two rules of the original survey? Create as many aliquot parts as possible and maintain rectangularity. Okay? That's what was driving them, and that will answer 99% of the questions you have when you look at a plat and say, why did they do that? Why did they run township backwards? Because they knew they'd have lotting on the south and east sides, so to create as many aliquot parts as possible, you put the lots there and you didn't put them on the north and west side. Okay? That's what was going on. Okay, so we were talking about water boundaries here a minute ago. True or false? If the GLO meandered the body of water, river or lake, that made it navigable. Now that's false, folks. Okay. Now that was answered in the U.S. Supreme Court case Oklahoma versus Texas, about 1920 or so. And Texas and Oklahoma sue each other every few years just for something to do. And it's usually over the Red River. And guess what's driving that there? Oil and gas, okay? Big money. Which state is it in? Who's going to get the taxes or the revenues, all that stuff, right? So that's a big thing. So they sue each other. Well, okay, so this is in Oklahoma versus Texas. And the Supreme Court said, speaking of the surveyors, of the GLO surveyors in particular, these are their words. Those officers are not clothed with that authority. They didn't have any authority to determine whether something was navigable or not, okay? So why did they meander some things and not some other things? Okay, they had some rules. For the majority of the history of the public lands, if a lake was 50 acres or more, they had to meander it, okay? If a river or stream was more than 3 chains wide at 90 degrees to the stream, if it was more than 3 chains wide, they had to meander it. Now, none of that has to do with navigability, does it? It was simply, because if they said you got to meander every body of water, shoot, they'd still be in Minnesota. They'd have never even got out west yet. Okay, so no, they didn't have to do that. But they did have certain rules that had to be meandered. GLO came up with that as an administrative thing. So lakes, which kind of surprised you with the people complaining about stuff being underwater, but lakes, and I think it may be, I don't recall in the 2009 manual, it might be 25 acres, but that's really only applying to Alaska now. So anyway, so no, they didn't have that authority. So why is it, this goes in with our discussion here, the degradation of the system, okay? About 15 years or so ago, I'm in Oklahoma City. I'm speaking at their conference. They have a great conference there, a bunch of good surveyors, you know. And some guy from the state board is giving a presentation. So I went to sit in on it, okay? Because I wasn't speaking that morning or whatever it was. And so I went in, and the guy from the state board says, now if the GLO meandered it, that makes it navigable. So I'm thinking, okay, this is the guy with the state board. We're in a state that was involved in the lawsuit that the Supreme Court answered 100 years ago. Why are we still teaching the wrong information? Okay? The degradation of the system, and that's what you and I are dealing with. So we have closings of any kind. Just some examples here. You can see here mineral surveys in sections 4 and 5. Okay, non-rectangular entities. We have closings on the north and west side of Normal Township, okay, but we have lotting around those mineral claims. Here's the same township, but this is from the sample plat in the BLM manual. So those mineral claims are there. Notice down there in section 7, there's the Lake City town site. Okay, town sites were surveys that a city or a county could apply for land and get that land to patent for community benefit. And so the Lake City town site was there, and I can tell you that the north line of the Lake City town site and the west line of the Lake City town site conform to the public land system. How can I tell that? And then I can tell the east line of that does not conform. It's a nice straight line. I think it doesn't, the bearing's not in there, but I think it's due south. You know, it's cardinal. But see, its east-west position is not at a 40, 20, 10, 5, 2.5 aliquot distance, okay? It's at some oddball distance. And it doesn't show it on this one. There's a detail on the plat. But see, I can just tell by looking at it. Notice in section 7, in its southeast quarter, there are 2 lots there. You see them? That's how I know that line is a non-rectangular entity. But there's no lotting on the north line or the west line. West line would have some anyway because of the closing. There's no lotting up on the north line. So I know it conforms to the midsection line. Make sense? Just from looking at that plat and where the lots are, I can tell what's going on. So in your estimate of the job cost, all that, well, we're going to have to run the section sub to get the Lake City town site and run that east-west midsection line, and then we're going to run an oddball line that we'll have to retrace because it's not part of a section sub. We'll have to retrace that east line of that if that's within your scope, okay? Here's the Yellowstone River. And notice we have lotting all along the Yellowstone River. Why? Because they couldn't farm that land, and so Congress said, meander it, okay? And none of those, by the way, are fractional. Because, okay, just use that as an example. Back to that earlier discussion. These sections are not fractional because this section line here in the quarter corner was never monumented, but it was established. Okay, it was established. And if I need it in math, because the river's still there, I can go from meander corner to meander corner, 2410. I can proportion properly in the quarter corner and come up with that position in order to run this east-west midsection line, okay? It has a return. 24.10 is the return across the river. So it's not fractional. It isn't down here, 1819, 1402, even on the range line, 2119, okay? There's that same township. This is the whole township where we were looking at sections 3 and 10, and we discussed that pretty thoroughly this morning. So I'm just going to move on unless we have any questions. But you notice there are several sections in that township that are allotted, most of them on the north side. There was still federal land down here, but it wasn't open to entry. Okay?
Wait a second. What's the dark line in section 32? And there are some lots by that, it looks like?
Section 32. Oh, this line?
Yeah.
That's the railroad.
Oh, okay.
That's the Santa Fe Railroad.
So why is it lotted in 32 but not in 33?
Okay, there must have been something else, and I can't really read it. You know,
Okay.
there must have been some other reason why they lotted down there.
Okay.
And being around the railroad, who knows? Maybe the railroad was, well, I mean, they may have been, we're going to put a station there, we're going to put a water tank there, we're going to do something, and so they, GLO knew that at the time of the resurvey, so prepared for it. Yes, sir.
So one of our private surveys I've learned or heard, the state, the state
go ahead.
may own the land, but not the water.
Yeah.
But so once a meander is established, whether there's water or not, you kind of hold that
Well,
now.
the meander line and the fact that it's meandered or the fact that it's navigable or non-navigable has nothing to do with water rights. Okay, and you guys in Oregon, you can do water rights, right? Surveyors can, yeah. Has nothing to do with water rights. That's a different, if you will, chain of title, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole thing that you and I worry about with riparian surveys, and I'm not talking about the ocean, I mean, I know a little bit about it, but we don't have a lot of that in Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado. But the inland stuff, they were not addressing All you and I are interested in is where do my clients' bona fide rights end? Does that make sense? And so when we look at a riverbed, we are not interested in the water or the water rights or mineral rights or anything in it. We are interested in who owns the bed. Does it belong to the state? Or did they convey it to somebody? Or does the upland owners own all or part of the bed? And that's where it gets really complicated, is us dealing with that. So, I've had surveys I've done up against rivers where the landowner, I want my whole land surveyed, and I tell them, this guy, the pens are migrating to somewhere. Both of them? All right. Oh, here there. When that happens, I just, you have to resort to something else for the graphics, So this is on the Colorado River, west of Grand Junction, and the river came through like this, okay? And we had the landowner, I won't show the whole section, he had a parcel that was up against the river, and it was about 30 acres here that was upland, okay? And the river here is non-navigable. So he wants a survey. Well, I told him, this is quite a few years ago, but I told him, well, I can do this survey. I got to subdivide the section, get your 30-acre parcel there, and I can get that, and it's going to cost you $10,000 bucks, okay? Well, I want to know where my boundary is up here. That's going to cost you $20,000 or $30,000 bucks, okay? Because that river head accreted, okay? So that's going to cost you a whole lot more. So you just say, well, does it really matter? I mean, you may own out into there. I don't question that. So you own part of the bed, but you can't do anything with it. You can't block off the water. You can't, can't stop people from fishing. A couple states you can, but you can't do that. So anyway, so I do the survey, and it's going to become a subdivision. It's going to be one of those 1 acre, own your own mini ranch type things, subdivisions. So anyway, I do the survey. Well, it comes out to 30 acres or whatever, but the zoning there in Mesa County, the zoning, he had to have a certain percentage, I forget what it was, of his land had to be open space, okay? Certain percentage had to be open space. And he was complaining about it and all that. He said, I wish I had more land. I said, you do. It's going to cost you $20,000 more, but I can figure out with all the accretions and all that. And so in the accretions, okay, now the river had moved way over. It was about 700 feet on the ground, okay? So I did what I'm supposed to do here, and I'm not going to go into that today. But anyway, I came up with something. And so I came up with I don't remember what it was, 39 acres. And it didn't have to be 40. But that gave him more acreage to develop. He still couldn't develop anything in the accreted area. Why? Because it's in a floodplain, right? But I said, you claim that as your open space, which he did, okay? So we figured out what he owned there, and he was able to use that information, but that was his scope of work. That was something that, so the county got really ticked off about this, and so passed an ordinance a few weeks later that said you couldn't do that, okay? But it gave him the acreage he needed, so he was able to develop more acreage upland and count the accreted land as open space, okay? So that's just creative use of our knowledge. Does that make sense? Well, must be getting later in the day. All of the tools are migrating now. Okay, found the clicker. Looks like a toilet. Here's another one of those questions. It's a recliner toilet, yes. Look. All right, it's gone. Do you know how to use controlling intermediate corners? Do you remember some of those? Line tree, witness point, what else? Okay, there's two kinds of witness corners, offline and online. Online are controlling intermediate, okay? Meander corners, okay? I'm going to show you a situation with meander corners, tomorrow's discussion, for deciding whether a section was fractional or not. And the BLM decided it was fractional because, going to my Friday discussion somewhat, if you've got a line and most of it's on the surface of the ground, but part of it's across a 20 chain wide river, and you find a difference between the record and the measured, where do you suppose most of that error took place? Going over the river, in the triangulation they did over the river. And so we need to realize, okay, when I've got that situation, maybe proportioning is really dumb, okay? Yes, sir.
I was again reading the material. I never read across one of these.
Greg, sounds like a good one.
Thank you, Jared.
In the literature, somewhere that I was reviewing, and I've never found one of these intermediate corners, but they contended that in surveys where lines were run and then become unrunnable, they were stopped, that the surveyor at the time may have set a stone at the end of this line but not reported it in the notes. And these, if found, could be controlling in some way.
Okay. I can understand that, and I can understand the reasoning. There is a problem. There is a federal, it wasn't Supreme Court, but appellate court federal case. Don't remember the name of it. But in it, the court said, this is an interesting statement, applies to a lot more than this. The court said, if the surveyor general, who's signing the plat, right, and the notes, okay, if the surveyor general didn't approve it, it does not exist. So that's the first thing I think about with that, Greg, is, and in fact, the case, that it was an Arkansas case, now I remember, and it was about a line tree, okay? But it was very clear from the notes that the line tree was on the random line, not the true line. And they were insisting they could use that line tree in the survey for the true line, and the court came back and said the surveyor general did not approve that line tree. He did not approve random lines. He approved the true line, which is what was on the plat and which is what was in the notes. Does that make sense? So think about that. It has quite a bit of ramification. So it was actually controlling intermediate corner on the line. It wasn't at a terminus like you're talking about. But so I'd think about that. Still falls into this bullet right here. Do we know how to analyze local monuments? I'd really consider that. You know, and what, you know, so it's not in the record, but say it's pretty close to what a projection of the line would be, and the people have built fences to it. I'm going to lean towards that, you know. It's a local corner, which is BLM, anything they didn't set is a local corner. But I would consider it because it seems to me to be preserving their bona fide rights, if that makes sense. That's a good question. Oh.
I believe it was in the 1910s or 1920s, but it was right after the direct survey started.
Yeah.
The GLO surveyor was going out and he was setting 16th corners, thinking that's what his instructions were. When they actually made the plat, they didn't show the 16th corners.
Probably for that same reason I'm talking about. He probably didn't have set the 16ths in his special instructions, so he wasn't supposed to do that. It's interesting, though, that he was kind of going the extra mile. Wonder why. Yeah, I'm just wondering, why would he do that? Because that's, you know, quadruples the amount of work you got to do. Huh. Well, and you know, same things as saying to Greg there, you know, okay, they don't count, but is there something there that people have been relying on that was done in a proper procedure? You know what I'm saying? I would think long and hard about it. Because see, when obliterated corner got changed to is an existing corner with some other stuff, that's what I start thinking about you guys' stories. We got one here.
So a line tree can't become a line tree without Surveyor General approval?
That's what was in that case in Arkansas. That's
Copy.
right.
Because I've seen unrecorded line trees in timber marking, and
Yeah.
then you have
Well,
to decide.
And some of that might have been the GLO or it might have been the timber cruiser, you know, marking something too. But
In one specific job, I remember more recently, you know, recent trees, younger,
Yeah.
you know, new planted trees, so.
that's good. Yeah, Keith, you're gonna have to speak into the microphone.
Yes, so you have this stone at the end of a line, doesn't show up in the notes, not on the plat. You want to rely on it. It's an unrecorded monument at that point, right? Monument not of record?
Well, it certainly isn't in the federal record, right? That's what you're saying. But it may appear in some other record, it might appear in somebody's deed or something. And see, I have to wonder why they would have done that. I have to wonder what kind of a line it was, because if it had been a section line, okay, that hit I don't know what sort of thing are you thinking of, Greg? That,
In the North Cascades, where they were coming into work, the North Cascades, they didn't know they were going to make a quarter corner or what, and then they
hit the mountains, yeah.
that mountain and they're done.
See, now, normally, if this was the mountains, okay, they should have set a meander corner there. Okay, there should have been a meander corner, even though it's not water, because you could have non-riparian meander lines, okay, those exist, and that's what they were supposed to do. Or set the quarter corner wherever it fell and just end the line there, okay? But normally they would go, and if this was water or a cliff or whatever, and the survey is stopping at the cliff, there should be a monument on the section line. Now, if it's on a subdivisional line, they didn't go in there. You know, 99% of the time GLO or BLM does now, but GLO didn't go inside this section. So, I'm just thinking about the possibilities of this uncalled for monument. I guess I'd also be interested in, say all they did was set the quarter corner, and that's where the line ended. Then on the plat, there should be these 160-acre aliquot parts, but nothing over here. Now, if they by chance gave these lot numbers and they could go to patent, you know what I'm saying? Then I guess I'd be looking at how to determine that from the quarter corner out to that, so. Yeah, I can see that, because what happened, the field crew said, we're gonna stop at the quarter corner because we're about to get into the mountains or a cliff or whatever. So we'll stop the survey there, but in the office, the Surveyor General and told the draftsman, we're gonna lot these, make them available for patent. So maybe that's how that would happen. And I guess, you know, if you found something out here, where did it come from? And I'm more interested in, well, is it on that line pretty close? You know, does it represent the intent of the plat? Those are good questions. Greg, you looking for a book here, buddy? You've got all my books. Bless you. Well, I'm still, I've got what, 4 books left here. I'm supposed to use them today, and then I got some more books for tomorrow and Friday, but, so we'll see. Those are good discussions, though, you know, the what ifs. So analyze local monuments. Some surveyor proportioned in the section corner. Okay. So you go to the section corner, the stone and the bearing trees or whatever aren't there. You can't find them. But there's a rebar there. So you go out to the 4 quarter corners, you do a double proportion, and you hit that rebar. True or false? The rebar, you've now proven, is at the original position. Not at all, okay? What you just proved is you did a double proportion the same way the previous surveyor did the double proportion. But that doesn't mean there isn't evidence still. You know what I'm saying? So the surveyors get the warm and comfy of math, you know. They think, well, I hit somebody else's rebar, it must be right, you know. That's like saying, well, I read it on the internet. It must be true, you know. Local monuments. You know, we could talk all day on that. I'll just say this. You know, it's one thing you find the original GLO or BLM evidence or traces of it, and so you establish the corner that way, okay? It's another to proportion it in if you're really convinced it's not there and no evidence is there and you need to, it's a lost corner and so you're going to do that. But when you find this, and this is true in meets and bounds, folks, or lot and block down in town somewhere or whatever, and you find some rebar or pipe or something that is not of record, or at least it was not the original. Say you got a subdivision you're working in and everything was set with a 5/8 inch pin and you find a 2-inch pipe, okay, that's uncalled for, okay, the uncalled for monument. But what do the courts say about an uncalled for monument? They don't say, well, screw it. They don't say that. A lot of surveyors do. BLM does often. The courts also don't say, accept it, no matter what. Okay? I'm convinced that a lot of crews go out there, and we say crews, but it's generally nowadays one-person crew, you know, and they go out there and they find something, a rebar pipe in this, so they shoot it in, and they don't look any further, okay? And so they've sort of made it that way, and you and I are in the office doing all kinds of other stuff and not paying attention to that, so we don't really get to review that decision. We just got a pipe or whatever it is there, and we accept that. But the fact that it's maybe unrecorded, the fact that we don't know where it came from, what do the courts say? They don't say you got to ignore it, and they don't say you got to accept it. They say, great question, does it protect the bona fide rights? And an even more important question that the courts will ask is not necessarily about the bona fide rights, but does it protect? Well, let me think. That I was going to use a different word there, especially true of meets and bounds. Does it meet the intent of the parties? Okay? Does it meet the intent of the parties? See, so I have a hard time saying, well, the intent of the parties is a deed written, 70 years ago. It's gone through some iterations, but the parcel was created 70 years ago, and so that's what fixes those corners, frankly. So now I need to decide, okay, I found a rebar at one of these or a pipe. Does it meet the intent of the parties? It's hard for me to say that a survey 50 years ago suddenly has to be within 2/10. You know what I'm saying? How do we, what was the intent of the parties, or even more, 50 years ago, whatever I said, what was the capability of the parties, of the surveyor? Yeah.
Question about bona fide rights.
Yeah.
Nice voice, I like that.
Way to go, Mark.
Thank you. Yeah, I probably don't even need this microphone, but can they be established outside of the GLO? For instance, I've got a 1971 private surveyor reestablishes a township corner on a standard parallel by running record distance east of a GLO monument half mile to the west. That GLO monument was later found to be a chain off in distance when compared to 4 other GLO monuments set by the same surveyor in the 40s.
Okay, and was there any question to that monument having been disturbed or anything?
It was in good condition. It just was exactly
So it didn't-
66 and a half
okay.
feet too far east.
Okay, which, by the way, is quite possible. But when they were measuring with a device 66 feet long.
So does that township corner, reestablished in 1971 by a private surveyor and then built off of for 50 years, create or reestablish new bona fide rights?
I don't think there's such a thing as new bona fide rights. So the question really is here, when he did the proportion, did he protect their existing bona fide rights? That makes sense. Did he protect their bona fide rights? Now, I'll tell you, if that's a GLO corner and it's never been disturbed and it's a chain off, it's good. It's good. And so, you know, proportioning rules say, well, this is missing here, and so I'm going to go to the next corner over here and come off of it. So that's basically what he did. Now, I'm not sure of your whole situation there, but he really shouldn't be coming off one corner. He should be coming off 2 and proportioning that, not running record distance. Yeah.
In that situation, wasn't that a township corner that you mentioned?
Yes.
I think it was, yeah. What are you thinking? Yeah, if it's township corner, common to 4 townships.
No, it was on a standard parallel.
Oh, okay, thank you. So it was probably a single proportion or a 3-point control or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, now, I don't think it was, I was here 2-3 years ago. I don't think it was that one. I think it was the previous time I did a seminar all day called To Accept or Not to Accept. And it was nothing but this discussion. So I'm just telling you, we've just scratched it. Okay? You can talk about it 8 hours and still not. Well, yeah, what everybody wants is, okay, what's the magic number? If it's within 3/10, do I have to? Probably not. You know? And it really is unique to every survey. Now, one of the things I want to point out in the seminar on Friday morning is that very situation where you have a bust in the record. Okay? So I'm going to think about your question because I've got a great example with a couple of busts that we'll look at. But okay. Well, if I don't cover it, no, I know I've got some slides on it. So yeah. So, you know, generally what we say is if there's a significant bust in the record. Yeah. I am not talking about Dolly Parton, significant bust, okay? I'm talking about in the GLO record, okay? So we'll come back to that. It's good. Do you know how to work in an independently resurveyed township? Do you know how to deal with tracts that are created by an independent resurvey? Do we realize that in spite of what the lawyers, the landowners, and the realtors and everybody else is telling you, the land did not move, okay? In an independent resurvey, the land, the private land, did not move. They had to protect its bona fide rights in its original location, okay? And if they came in to start all over again in the township and make nice clean sections, that's great, but they can't move the private land. Okay, so that's why you'll have in an independent resurvey, I don't think I have a plat for one with me here, but in an independent resurvey, here was this section, okay, and the southeast quarter was private, okay? So it's there, and then the GLO or the BLM says, you know what, that township is so screwed up that we can't find half the corners and manage it and all that. So we're going to start all over again with a whole new survey, and it's going to come up with sections And so the section lines might be over here, okay? Doesn't conform to that. That's fine. What they do is set an angle point, APs at all four corners. This be called, if there's none others, it'll be tract 37, because there's 36 sections. Tract 37, and it's not going to conform to this survey. What they did was slide the survey controlling the federal land where they wanted it, but they left and they had to leave the private land where it was. And that's why it's tracted, because it's no longer an allegorical part or a lot. It's a non-rectangular entity. We okay with that? That's what independent resurveys do. And I can't tell you how many times I've seen where some surveyor, he finds that, see, their deed, their original patent said southwest quarter of section 10 or whatever it is, okay? They don't do their research and realize that section 10 is not that section 10. There's a section 10 that's been shifted. But the surveyor goes out and he finds nice, much newer brass caps, okay, out here on the new survey. And he comes in here and subdivides this and tells people, I've not drawn it to scale, sorry, but it tells them that's your land. No. If you do your research, you'll know that the tract 37 is in the same location as the old southwest quarter of that section. Any questions on that? Independent resurveys can be challenging, especially for lawyers and realtors. Where you say, no, they didn't move the land. No, they have a patent to the southwest quarter. Here's how you argue with them on that. Okay, what's that patent say? Southwest quarter of section 10, township, range, meridian, state, whatever, as shown on the official plat. They're referring to the official plat of 1860. Okay? We have an official plat now, 1960, that's an independent resurvey. Your patent is not based on that survey. Okay? And they went out of their way to tract your land to maintain it in its original position. We okay with that? Independent resurveys. Do you know how to use closing corners? Well, don't quote me, but the best closing corner is a lost one. Because then you don't have to mess with it. Now, we're going to talk closing corners. I think a little later I've got something in this course, but especially on Friday, I'm going to talk about closing corners. But let's just run through a couple of basics so we remember what they are for. Here's a township line or whatever, senior line. And here, so it's got its corners on it, okay? And here comes this, here's a quarter corner down here on this section line between sections 3 and 4, say. And so they come up and they, in the original system, they came up, had to retrace from here to here and put that on that line, okay? And then somebody about 1820 or so in the GLO said, hey, I got a great idea, we can save money. And they were paying, these surveyors, even in the original stuff, $4 or $5 a mile. And by the time I got out here in the West, it was a little more, 25, 30 in some states, but $30 a mile, $30 a mile. Well, this is a half mile we have to pay them to retrace. We can save $15 times, however, there are, I don't know, 6 and 12 or maybe 11, okay, of those sections. So we can save money. So let's have him come up here to where he thinks he's on that line, or he kind of eyeballs, excuse me, sort of eyeballs where that line is and tries to get in, due east of it or something. And they set a closing corner. And the definition of a closing corner is, excuse me, it is not the legal terminus of a line, but rather identifies the direction of the closing line. Okay, so we use it for this line, but if I come out here and I find here's the township line and the closing corner is down here, 10 feet south of it or something, which isn't all that unusual, then I'm going to push the line through that and I'm going to monument the true point for the section corner. Okay? They didn't do it to save $15. You charge your client $500 to make up for it. It's government economics. Okay? Let's not stop there. So there's the quarter corner. This will be probably lot 4 and lot 1 of the 2 sections, okay? How do we set that 16th corner? Okay? Now I know where the line's going to go, okay? No question where the line's going to go. I use the closing corner, even though it's offline, I'm going to use the closing corner because it's on this line. It is the line. Okay, it is the line. But the question comes up, do I go to here to proportion this, or do I go to here to proportion this? Okay? You go to the original corner. We'll learn why on Friday, but you go there because that's where they measured to. See, a proportion is meaningless if you're not at the same place they were on both ends of it. Okay? So you go there, and so then you proportion this in. Now let's say it's 10 feet short. Okay? Who gets screwed? The lots. This is going to get 20 chains proportionate, parenthetical distance here, 20 chains proportionate no matter what. This gets whatever's left, 19, say, minus the 10 feet. So the lot got screwed. So part of the reason we lot at junior, senior situations. Make sense? Yes, sir. It's now time for lunch. Do we have any instructions, Jared, about lunch?
Upstairs.
Uh-oh, upstairs, okay.
I apologize, I'm not Jared.
We know that. Yeah. Okay, I'll see y'all back here at 1, okay? Welcome back. I wanted to show you, I've had lots of back trouble, and sometimes when I'm walking I take my cane because I'm afraid I'm going to fall over. But I've been doing okay up here so far, just without a cane and walking around. But I wanted to just show you my 2 crutches that I'm having to depend on up here, and that's one of them. And the other one is a bottle of hydrocodone. So I just want you to know that I'm fully prepared for whatever happens, okay? In other words, we'll finish the seminar one way or another. So welcome back. Well, are we up there? Yeah. So we're kind of running through some topics where I'm asking you, do you really know? So before I move on, is there anything anybody wants to ask about any of these, especially closing corners, since we kind of broke on that one? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I do have a question. What triggers triggers having a resurvey done by the government? How do they know all of a sudden something's 21 minutes out of?
Oh, okay. He's asking what triggers the government, federal government, to do a resurvey, dependent or independent for that matter. And no, it's not, something's out by 21 minutes or anything. There's some resource need that's going on. And the agency that manages the land, be it BLM or Forest Service or Fish or anybody else, they need a survey done. And a lot of times they'll do their own surveys. Forest Service pretty much did that, and Park Service did some of that, and so did Fish. But when there's something complicated, screwed up, or a major potential or real litigation issue, those agencies will ask the BLM to do it, because then BLM has to defend it, okay, rather than them. So that's what has traditionally always triggered those kinds of things. And it's more, now the federal agencies, we have somebody with the Forest Service here, the federal agencies are not real quick to go to BLM for something because it's kind of expensive and sometimes very time consuming. But if you really need that survey done and it's got a lot of litigation to it or potential, or it's just screwed up, you know? Anyone else? Okay, well, let's continue our list here. Do you really know How? Do you know how to use a crossing closing corner? I think I've got them on the next slide, so I'll just ask the question, then we'll look at it for a minute and define it. Do you know how to work in areas with riparian boundaries? Okay. A lot of surveyors think that riparian is, water boundaries is kind of simple. It's not. I think it's the most complicated thing, worse than minerals. And first of all, just what we talked about this morning, knowing that the meander line is not a fixed boundary, never was intended to be a fixed boundary. Okay, and understanding where the boundary really is, whether it's navigable or not, those are things that matter. So do we know how to deal with that? Do we know how to deal with the water moving, with accretion on one side, erosion on the other, or avulsion, where the channel completely cuts through to a new channel for the river? Reliction of a lake, okay, where it has shrunk or completely disappeared. Those are issues, not by man's method, but disappeared naturally. And somebody drains it. There are rules still with who owns what and how you carve it up, but it's no longer a water boundary issue. So riparian boundaries, very complicated subject. Do you know how to deal with unwritten rights? And especially, because that's a function of state law, right? Especially within the PLSS, because here's this survey system that was designed to totally thwart adverse possession. Okay? That's what Jefferson wanted to get rid of, not having to deal with it. And so here we are dealing with all that. Section on the left there, elongated section. Okay? You want to set that one with the dot on it. So what's the name of that corner? How do you survey that? How do you determine that position? I'm asking, do you know how to work in an elongated section? The one on the upper right is a fractional section, and it's one that I use just to show what Jared Mansfield did. He was the Surveyor General at the time of the 1805 Act. What he was concerned about, and his concern was, if you got a section like this, it's a lake, I guess, or something to the north, right? I can't read it. But he was concerned that if that's a fractional section, and surveyors are saying, well, we'll go down to the south quarter corner and just run due north. And he was saying, wait a minute, we got to adjust that, because what if the section is shaped like this? You run it due north, everybody on the east half is screwed over, and the west half. Okay, so he's the one that came up with the weighted mean bearings for those, okay, to do a fractional section. Do you have a question, sir? Or you were just yawning? All right. You wasn't yawning. See, that would hurt my feelings. But and then the lower right, hey, that's on a township line or a standard parallel or the baseline, okay? And it's a curved line, okay? So do you know how to deal with that curved line? And especially to restore a lost corner on that, which needs to be put back on the curve, not on a straight line. Most surveyors, they find a corner left and right, and single proportion on a straight line. That position will be north of where the proper proportion would be, okay? It needs to move south to be on the curve. So those subjects are kind of coming up there so we can, again, analyze what we know and what we don't know. You know, you look at a township plat, okay, the whole township, and you look at the south boundary, and say it's a south 8957 east. It's the same bearing for 6 miles. In a rectilinear system, that would be a straight line. But we're not in a rectilinear system. We're in an astronomic basis of bearings. So for that line to have the same bearing for 6 miles, it has to curve, okay? It's the only way it can maintain that bearing. So we need to understand that any proportion on those, if you don't do the latitudinal curve adjustment, you're just going to put it on a chord of the curve, okay? Now, it used to be, the manual used to say, up through the 73, and don't forget to do the latitudinal curve adjustment. Doesn't tell you how, And frankly, you'd have to be a geodesist to understand spherical trigonometry well enough to do that, okay? I invented a much easier system that you can do almost in your head in order to do that. So there are ways to do it, but the point is, my method might get you 200 or 300ths off, and some, oh no, you gotta do it with the trigonometry. It's 300ths off. It's on the cap. You know what I mean? Well, it's got to be adjusted for 3. Okay, I know how to adjust my cap by 300ths. Okay, there, adjust it. That was a compass rule adjustment or whatever you want to call it, you know? So we can fix that. But the first time I dealt with a latitude curve, it was the 9th standard parallel north in Arizona, almost to Utah. And I had a corner that I'd found, and then I was a couple miles down before I found the next corner, okay? And so I did my proportion, which puts you on the chord, but I know that the actual line is going like that, okay? The curve passes through these 2 points. I knew that I had to move it south some, so I invented a way to, just using simple math, to figure that out. And I made that adjustment. And my adjustment, if I remember right, was like 1.5 feet. Okay, just 1.5 feet. So I'll go down 1.5 feet south of where my single proportion put me and started to dig a hole. And you know what I found? The rotted remains of the wood post. And you know what I said? I believe. Okay, I understood the latitudinal curve. So I would have missed it. You know what? You might wonder, okay, you're working on the latitude curve, you set this corner here, and here's some guy's rebar 1.5 feet away. Oh, he's 1.5 feet off. Now, when you don't hit somebody else, first thing you should do is, I wonder why we're in a different place. I wonder if I've screwed up, okay? The dangerous surveyors are the ones that say, he's 1 foot off, and never consider why. You know what I'm saying? So, in surveying, look, let's be honest, surveying, it humbles you, doesn't it? And so maybe we ought to carry that over into all of our professional work and realize that, no, I wonder why they're in a different place. Let me go back and look at what I did. You know, I've had people come to me and say, well, you screwed up the survey and did this, you know, and I look at it and I realize, you know, they're telling me stuff and I realize I don't know what they're doing. You know, but here they are telling me, see, I don't ever want to do that. I don't want to ever go to some surveyor and say, your survey's screwed up and I missed you by a few feet out there, and then find out it's me. I like to make sure it's not me before I approach anybody. And I don't approach, hey, you screwed up. I just say, I'm in a different position than you. I think I know why, but I wanted to talk to you about it. I tell you. And you know what? I mean, I've gone to quite a few surveyors over the years, and I'm not quite hitting you or got a problem with a survey, and most of them will listen. There are a handful who say, go to hell. Okay? And then I've had a couple that said, oh, would you pull that for me? Right? No. Will you pull that for me? So they're admitting right off the bat, yeah, I did a bad survey. Would you remove it for me? No, you can do it. You can file an amended plat. You can do whatever it takes, you know, to do that. So, okay? So this is just a great example of why. I wonder why I'm missing somebody a little bit. Now here, we have a closing corner. Okay, and we were talking about closing corners a little earlier, so I just want you to notice that we have the same thing, and these guys showed me a new trick on PowerPoint. Watch, oops, come on. Well, it doesn't want to do it. All right, you guys, my laser pointer thing I can't turn off. Oh, maybe escape. No, oops. All right. Let's go back to current slide first. All right, now, okay, I'm starting over. Oh, it's not a touchscreen? What? Well, this come across with Columbus? I mean, geez. All right. Okay, here's the slick thing. I got to do it with the mouse too, huh? All right. There's the laser pointer, huh? How about that? Now, if I can, my fingers don't shake. So here's the quarter corner to the south, and 4127, there's the closing corner. So let's remember, what was their procedure? What was the process? They went up to where they thought the township line would be, okay, or this SC corner, so those are, this is a standard parallel, SC standard corner, not section corner. So they made their best guess, and who knows? Most of them, they were like this one, they're 3 chains away from one of the corners. Okay, they're not getting paid to retrace that line, so they're not going to retrace that line. Okay, so I'm 3 chains away. So no kidding, most of them are, you know, doing an Arkansas 90 to come up with the. Anybody here from Missouri? Oh, okay, so it's an Arkansas 90. I spent a decade 1 year in Missouri. Interesting state to survey in, interesting people. Okay, where were we? So they set this, and then they measured the 3.26. So that was their distance over to the senior corner, which in this case is a standard corner. Okay, 3.26. So that's how it gets platted. That's how the areas are computed. All that stuff. All right, fine. What happens if the closing corner is lost? Okay, now if the closing corner is lost, the proper procedure is to find this corner on the senior line, find this corner on the senior line, and run that line so you know where that line is, so you can put this junior line coming up at the true intersection. Does that make sense? That's the goal. The closing corner was supposed to mark that, but the closing corner is gone. So generally, you're supposed to do a single proportion from senior corner to senior corner, standard corners in this case. And then, so here I got some distance. The record was 40 chains, the measured's 3987. So you do a computation, single proportion commutation. So the 326 now becomes 3.25. So it moved, 7/10. Okay? And that's where you would put that corner. Okay, that's the manual on restoring a lost closing corner. Anybody see anything wrong with that? Go ahead.
So at what point would you not hold the closing corner and say it's farther offline than where it's supposed to be?
Oh, well, okay. Yeah, it could be considerably south or north of that position. Okay, I'm going to look for it first, okay? Because if I just look on the line, odds are that was not where it was. The odds are it was at a different place. So I'm going to look at that, and I guess I would pay attention to this 4127. It's not really going to be used in any computation, but am I in the neighborhood of 4127 where I'm looking, and does that put me 20 feet across the line? Well, that's where I probably should be looking. Now, one of the dangers of this, since you've mentioned that, one of the dangers is that the 3.26 that's in the record, if that thing was 20 feet offline, it's a hypotenuse, isn't it? It's not the actual distance. It's on a hypotenuse over to that. So that comes into play. Now let's understand. You have this intelligent, well thought out survey system. And then somebody says, okay, because the public lands, what's the greatest thing about it? Once the corner's there, that's it, right? That's the place. No argument. Supreme Court agrees with that. That's the place. So we have all these fixed corners that they surveyed, and we use them. And then somebody said, let's invent a corner that can move. Okay? Bad idea. So the closing corner, it's not actually on the line closed upon. So we're going to adjust it. Well, the rules kind of assumed, it's within a few feet. Well, shoot. They are way off. I've seen some, I didn't work on it, but I've seen some that were close to 1,000 feet off. Okay, major screw up. It was in California. Major screw up describes most of California, but anyway. It was, 1,000 feet. But I've seen them as much as 200 or 300 feet in surveys I've done. And I don't know what went wrong. Not really my problem to figure it out. I find the corner and it's way offline. Okay, if it's way offline, I can still use it for the bearing-bearing intersection to come up with the true point. Okay, 300 feet up, 300 feet south of the line. I can still use it for a bearing-bearing intersection. We okay with that? Somebody won the jackpot. Didn't that sound like a slot machine? So I can do it. But if the corner's lost, I don't know if it was long or short. Do I? I don't have any evidence of that. I guess I could measure the 4127, but the manual says that a lost closing corner goes on single proportion on the senior line. It's lost, okay? Now, think about it. If the 4127 put me in a significantly different place, north-south, on this example, I might not think I have a lost corner. Okay, I might think, okay, at least in one dimension, I know where that, if I measured up the 4127, I'm not going to hold that solid because that's plus or minus like everything else. But if I held that and looked at that, I've got a pretty good idea where it is north-south, and here I am 200 feet off the line. Okay, and I don't know if they had a bust or what happened there. I don't know. But there it is, and if it looks like it's original, it looks like it was undisturbed, that's it. But if it's lost, I don't know whether it was north or south or right on the money. And so the system assumes it was on the line, okay? So it says put it on the senior line, which we need to end up being on the senior line, and it says to do a single proportion. Now, what is wrong with this solution, sir?
It looks like he only tied in one direction.
Yeah, and that's very normal. That's
And
almost always.
That would be the record, is doing a single one direction.
Yeah, and so that computation there, kind of the lower left of the slide, is that computation. Okay, so x equal what, 3.249? Well, see, that's where I'm going. Okay, that's where I'm going. The problem with this whole thing, first of all, we've got a corner that moves, so that's stupid. But they did it. And most of the West is filled with them. Okay? Saving money. So the single proportion, the problem is, okay, what's our record? 40 chains, and our measured is 3987. So that's pretty close, okay? So you compare your chain to that chain to get a ratio. But that is not the chain that measured the 3.26. See, the problem with lost closing corners is you are proportioning. See, the whole idea of proportioning is to compare your chain to their chain, which means you got to be at the same two places they were to set that up, okay? And so the chain that measured the 3.26 never went to the easter and tied that corner. So I don't have a ratio. I have to compare my chain, which was 3987 on the senior line, to their chain, 40 chains, which was not the 3.26 chain. It's just a dumb idea. Am I telling you not to do it the way the manual says? No, but I'm going to show you a great situation where you would not do what the manual says, okay? We've got a question over here.
But statistically, a lot of the contracts, they did many townships, and there's a really good chance the same surveyor ran that north line as the one running up.
It is a very good chance, but the point is that survey on the senior line was approved. And so it's an approved survey. The survey I'm running, I'm the original surveyor, I'm running the 4127 and measured 326. That isn't an approved survey yet.
Might have been approved the same, and it was,
Once in a while it might have been approved, but you got to remember the odds are it's a different chain or different crew or different terrain or different, okay? It's the wrong chain based on all the other rules of proportioning you go from where they were to where they were. You're not doing that here, okay? Even if it was the same deputy surveyor, okay? Now, I understand what you're saying. And you know what? Probably statistically speaking, that works out 95% of the time, you know? So what we're looking at here is there a situation where this dumb rule based on a dumb corner, okay? Do I need to pay attention to this, okay? So are we okay with how to reset a lost closing corner unless there's something real weird? Okay, that's what we're talking about. Even though it's to the wrong corner, that's what we do. Or the wrong chain, sorry, to the wrong chain. Just a second. Oh, I gotta look here. You know what, I don't have that slide in here. Okay, let me throw you an example here, okay? Let's say that from the standard corner to the standard corner, 40 chains in the record. Let's say that I measure it and it's 45 chains, okay? Okay, so the word we learned this morning, it's a bust, okay? That's called a tally bust because every 5 times you pulled the chain, it was a tally. You're used to that in counting things, right? We learned that as kids, how to count in tallies, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, tally, okay? That's called a tally mark. So every 5 chains is a tally. So when you find a 5 chain bust, we just call it a tally bust, okay? And the bottom line is, does that not totally change this situation with this closing corner? Okay, now on the slide that I'm missing, you know, if you did the same numbers, have the exact same numbers except 45 on the measured, so we know there's a bust there. If you do the proportion, you will, the 326 will change much more, and you'll set the corner, I think it's about 27 feet from where it even remotely would have been. Make sense? So what am I saying? Watch for a bust. Watch for something weird that would change that. I'll tell you where there may not be a tally bust or even a 1 chain bust or multiples thereof, but this goes into Friday a little bit. What if I'm on this line and it's nice and flat for a ways, and then we come to a big lake and we have to triangulate across that lake, okay? Or river, okay? There's going to be more air in the triangulation than there is on the ground. It could be significant enough. One of the cases I'll show you tomorrow is just like that, okay, where they found almost a 1 chain bust in the distance across the lake, okay? So it caused them to invoke a special rule or step away from the rules, okay? So think about it. When we look at the record, we don't just, oh, the lost closing corner, single proportion on the straight line, on the senior line, robo-surveyor. No, we need to stop and say, you know what? There's something wrong on that senior line. I've got 5 chains extra or 5 chains less, okay? Bust can go either way. I've got something wrong there. And when I do a proportion against that wrong chain, it's going to drastically impact, okay? And that could have been the same chain that the subdivider used as the township line used. You know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't the length of the chain that was the screw up, it was a bust. It was counting how far they'd gone. Okay? Those are out there. So, that's an example of dealing with a lost closing corner and understanding, and I do have this slide, I think, for maybe tomorrow or Friday, I forget, but where we'll look at this with some real numbers on it. When you're reading the manual, both chapters 6 and 7, and maybe even 8, but 8 is riparian, but you'll see a section of the manual called special cases. Okay, and that's where they're saying, hey, these are the situations where maybe the rules don't apply. The way the manual says it is that the rules were developed assuming that the original survey had been faithfully done, faithfully recorded, okay, etc. And then it says if not, then it may be a special case. The manual lists 3 or 4 situations that are special cases, okay? One of them is a fictitious survey, okay? They weren't even there, okay? Another is a major bust, okay? Another is a major procedural error, but it was the original survey, so we're going to honor it, okay? So special cases come up, and that's one of them that I'm talking about there. We have an HES here. It's HES 401. It's the only piece of private land at the Grand Canyon. Okay? And so some of you have driven through there because Highway 64 runs about through here from Williams up to the Grand Canyon. It's in a valley, and it's the only place. There's a IMAX theater and a McDonald's and all the things that you need to enjoy a national park. And it's all there. And so I'm surveying this, okay? But I want you to notice the corner that's circled up there, it's corner 5. It's a little hard to see it at this scale and on the crappy GLO records, but there's a CC next to that, okay? CC. So, you can see it off to the left there, just barely inside that circle, CC. So what's that mean? It's a closing corner, right? So see, normally, and we'll talk about this on Friday too, but normally with a non-rectangular entity, and HES is one of those non-rectangular entities, normally with that, we use the grant boundary method, okay? Which in non-BLM speak is rotate and scale, okay? That's the grant boundary method. So we use the grant boundary, but you don't want to use the grant boundary method here, even though that's a corner of a non-rectangular entity, okay? Because it's a closing corner. Does that make sense? So the type of corner it is changes the situation, even though it's a corner of a non-rectangular entity. And here's the problem. There's the, what is that, a section line? There's the section line, and here comes this line 5-6, okay, up here. If I do a grant boundary or rotate and scale the way the manual says for this, I'm either going to do this or I'm going to do this. I'm going to create either a gap or an overlap, okay? Because the odds of a grant boundary coming out right on the section line are pretty slim. Does that make sense? All right. So, and that's why the GLO they didn't want you to do either of those, They said it's a CC, we're going to do a closing corner, meaning it has to be on the senior line. It's a junior corner, closing corner, junior corner. It cannot move the section line. Does that make sense? Section line can't be moved north or south. Section line already exists. I'm closing into it, therefore I am not messing with it. Okay? So, you're going to get an extra bonus here. See what time it is. Can you guys talk about surveying for 5 minutes? Because I'm going to run to the boys' room. Okay? Welcome back, Dennis. Well, I saw a couple of you along the way, so I wasn't the only guy with that idea, and I got to thinking, okay, I've had 3 cups of coffee and 3 glasses of iced tea, so no wonder. Yeah. So, all right, so anybody here remember the very first Naked Gun movie? It's one of my favorites. Well, any stupid movie. I raised my kids on stupid movies. And so in it, Frank Drebin, who's played by Leslie Nielsen, who just was the best straight-faced comic out there. And he's sitting at a press conference and pouring water and pouring water, drinking and drinking. And then it's his turn to speak. And so he's got one of these mics on, okay? So he gets up and he speaks, for a minute or so. And then he's got to pee real bad because he drank all that water during the meeting. So he heads out of the room. He goes to the men's room, okay? And the speaker is still on, okay? And so you can hear him peeing, and then he starts going, woo, woo, and then the camera, and he's circling, and playing around. And then finally he reaches back and stretches and farts. And of course, in the main room, the mayor And all the city council and other people in the press are just, what is that man doing? So anyway, thank you for not running the microphone on me in there, or at least I assume they didn't. I guess I wouldn't know. Okay. I actually play the video of that scene at a class that some of you may have taken years ago that I did called Charm School for Surveyors. Okay, and it's about, you know, different thing, but in that I was talking about public speaking and making that comment that that's not something you want to do like that. So anyway, so do you understand why I'm saying corner 5? They marked the closing corner very specifically because they didn't want it to overlap or gap. They wanted it to be on the line. Okay? A crossing closing corner, that's what it was called in the 73 manual. They don't like that. They just call them closing corners in the new manual, but they make reference. Used to be called a crossing closing corner. So sometimes it's marked CC, sometimes CCC, but either way, you just need to look at the record and realize, am I dealing with a closing corner, which is a junior line intersecting a senior line, or a crossing closing corner, which is a junior line and a senior line, and it's the point of intersection between them, but there's corners in all 4 directions. Okay, for instance, on the right there in the center, I guess, we have a mineral survey, okay? Lode mining claim there, and it's crossing the section line. And they set a closing corner there where those two meet. So that was needed to identify property lines. Administratively, it was needed, okay? And whether it's called closing corner or crossing closing corner, it is in fact a crossing closing corner because I've got an entire line in each direction. It's not the terminus of a line, okay? And which one is senior and which one is junior? Well, look at the record. I can't guarantee which way that would go. Section line might have been there first, and then 15 years later they came in and did a mineral survey. And so the mineral survey set the crossing closing corner, hopefully retraced the section line, and set the crossing closing corner. Okay? So everything's fine. Now you go out there on the ground, and you find that crossing closing corner, okay? And let's say you've got your corners in all 4 directions still, okay? And you find the crossing closing corner. Not at the point of intersection, okay? Well, shoot. Things didn't go well, okay? So now I'm interested in which line is senior, okay, and which line is junior. So we'll just stick with the one we just had, the section line is senior. Okay, so this is junior. So which one set the crossing closing corner? The mineral claim. Because when they ran section line, they didn't know there was going to be a mining claim there, right? So they just ran it, okay? So this was set when this was run. So which survey owns that position? The mineral claim, the junior, okay? So in my retracement of this is a controlling intermediate corner. It's just like a line tree or anything else that's supposed to be on the line. Well, it is on the line. It might put a little bend in there, maybe a big bend, but okay? And the senior line is not disrupted by that because a junior corner is not supposed to affect a senior line. You okay with that? So understand it could be the opposite, right? Let's say the mineral claim was there first and the section line came in later. Well, then okay? Because the section line created that controlling intermediate corner. Therefore, it is the section line. Okay, and I've got some pretty heavy bearings here, but usually these are within a few tenths, but I've seen them a few feet, especially on mineral surveys in Colorado up in the mountains. Okay? We all right with that? It's a little weird, but pay attention to what's junior and senior. Don't make an assumption which is junior and which is senior. Okay?
Why wouldn't they just call it a closing corner?
Well, they may have called it a closing corner. He's asking why didn't they call it a closing corner? Go ahead.
Yeah, why didn't they call it a closing corner instead of a triple C?
Well, because
If you have a senior versus a junior line.
well, it just became a controlling intermediate corner on the junior line. It's still not at the point of intersection, is it? Yeah, and of course that was the goal of the CCC, but usually when you find it not in position, it's not on either line. You might find it where it's on one, that's nice. Okay. We okay with this? Sir? Well, if it was my survey, it's just a little bit of error. I'm just messing with it. Somebody else's survey, it's a gross error.
73 manual.
Yeah?
So they would run both lines, okay? So now, if it's a 2009 manual, we're gonna say if it's an obvious and careful retracement, we're not gonna move it again. So if they ran both lines and they did reasonably good, wouldn't they both control? If it's 73 manual?
I think that's correct. When I say it's found out of position, I suppose some of us would say 100th, okay, is bad, but others would say, 5 feet is bad. You're going to have to make a determination on that, just like any other corner, whether you're going to accept it as the true point of intersection of those lines. Does that make sense?
Excessive or gross error, that's what you're talking about.
Right, and
Yeah, okay.
but I'm going to tell you, even if it's gross error, whatever our definition is of that, knew a surveyor in California, he's probably still there, less gross. Okay, and so I always said, well, his wife was more gross. No, less gross, poor guy. Pretty good surveyor though, with the Forest Service, by the way. Even if it's a gross survey, it was set when in this example, when the section line was created, therefore it is the section line, okay? So you can see when you find them offline, well then I still got to set the true point of intersection because that was the goal. There's a property corner there, so I got to set it, but it'll be on one of these slightly moderated lines, okay? Just a second in the back here. Go ahead, sir.
So the mineral survey came before the section line. This was back in the this would have been a survey I did in Alaska or was part of. And so you have, I think the mineral surveys were done in the early or mid 1800s or something like that.
Well, they could have been done from the time we took possession of Alaska until 1980. Anybody remember 88? Somewhere in there, it was Bill Clinton that took away the patenting process, so we pretty well quit doing mineral surveys. But so it could be anywhere in that time.
Okay. Well, anyway, I was involved in doing a bunch of mineral surveys when I was up there, but in this case, so the mineral survey was senior, correct, and the section line wasn't run until later.
Yeah.
And so afterwards, so how do we get a kink then? You showed like a kink in the north-south line there.
Well, I
where
think
the closing corner was.
I think I did that the way you described your situation, that the mineral claim was first, right? Is that what you said? Yeah. And so the section line. Okay, so what constitutes the section line? Well, the rule throughout the system is any corners that were set on the section line when the section line was run are the section line. Okay? So, I mean, this isn't...
So that doesn't change then?
That's right. Section line's going to go... this could be a line tree, right?
Right.
And it was called for in the section line, and it puts a little bend in it. It is the line.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Question answered. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now somebody up here had a... I'm not answering any more of his questions. Come on.
I want to look a little bit more at the case where the Triple C corner was actually found,
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
and you're advocating that it should be moved to some place on the section line? Or left alone? I
I
guess I
wouldn't
missed that.
mess with it. The decision I've got to make is, am I going to accept it as evidence of the mineral survey and the section line? And if so, I'm going to run both lines through it. Okay, but I'm only going to do that if it's relatively close. Okay, if it puts a major bust, not a bust, but a bearing break in the line, or it's way off from where the point of intersection is to begin with, then I'm going to only let it affect the junior line.
I agree with that. Because if you look at this found Triple C corner and then compare it to out running north on a section line to set a quarter corner, the intent is that the quarter corner be on a straight line between section corners. Well, they're not.
Which never is, yeah.
Never is.
And
We
so
don't throw that corner away.
That's exactly the reasoning here.
We
Greg.
don't throw that corner away, therefore, even though it's called a CC, it actually just becomes an angle point
That's right.
in the legal.
It's a controlling intermediate corner. It's intermediate between what we normally would use to control, but it controls. So, the best crossing closing corner is a lost one. Okay? Because if I'm going to reset a lost crossing closing corner, I'm not going to proportion anything. I'm going to put it at a bearing intersection because that's what it's supposed to be, right? It's not a function of the distances. That makes sense? So, you've got some of this with rectangular and DLCs, but you have some minerals also in Oregon, and you're going to deal with that. In Colorado, where I worked quite a few years, well, BLM went in and did 4 townships, okay, near Georgetown, okay, up I-70, and you're up at, well, Georgetown's at 9,000 feet, so they're working up at 11,000, 12,000 feet with all these thousands of mineral claims, and they set over 6,000 crossing closing corners in just those 4 townships. Okay, so you got to pay a lot of attention to what you got, and they screwed up plenty. You don't know why? Do you know the single greatest source of error in GLO BLM resurveys? Okay, of any kind. This would have involved a resurvey. We had to retrace the senior line to put our new line on it. So there's a resurvey here, right? A retracement or resurvey, okay? You know what their greatest source of error is in retraces, dependent resurvey, independent resurvey, this sort of thing, was they came in and set a temporary point, okay? Like you and I would with a nail, a traverse point, something like that, okay? And then they went back to the office, and it wasn't until the next year that they came out. And somebody in the office computed it, and this is their number one source of error. It said, go this way, and they went that way. The corner move, they call it the corner move. That's where most of their errors occurred in resurveys, okay? A little easier, I mean, they're using lats and depths, but it's just like us with coordinates, but it was still real easy to get that screwed up, as you can, because it was nothing printed out or anything, you're calculating this on a sheet of paper, and turning it into instructions for a completely different crew that's going to go out there next year to set the corner, okay? And a lot of times, this was especially to BLM, they'd helicopter or hike in or whatever to the point, completely different crew. They'd find the temporary point, and they don't retrace any of these lines. They don't look at that. They don't know anything. They don't know whether they're at the true point of intersection. They just make the corner move, okay? So that really shows up with things like this. So if it's lost, great. Okay, bearing intercept. If it's not, you're going to have one of these, but it may be, I'm not saying that this is significantly out of position, but there's an angle point in well, how did I do that? I guess I didn't change this, did I? section line here is junior. There's an angle point there. Am I going to accept it? Okay. So say the lines between these other corners came through here, and this is like a foot. Just use it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying foot, you know, but 1.01 is not good. I'm not saying that. Okay? We okay with that? So, slight aside here, but goes back to something a few minutes ago. So the GLO ran the township line or whatever it is. They came up here with the junior survey, right? So a quarter corner down here, and they set the closing corner, okay? And, okay, so that's 2 surveys, senior, junior. Now a third survey comes in, BLM usually, okay? And they rerun this line. And let's say that they find this closing corner, it's within a foot or 2, and they just say in the notes it's on the line. They do that all the time, okay? Or, the other option, when they come through here, that closing corner is lost, so they single proportionate, like we looked at a few minutes ago, and come up with a closing corner position, okay? In either case, you and I come along, we're the 4th survey, okay? You and I come along and we measure this and we find this is a foot or 2 off the line. Make it the line, okay? The BLM rule has been in 73 and the 2009 manual. Once that's been retraced and they've said it's on the line, it's on the line, okay? It is the line. It takes on, in other words, it takes on senior status. Does that make sense? Well, I don't know if it makes sense, but that's what they do. Okay, so I mentioned that. You'll find they've come through, or yeah, here's another example. Okay, similar. They come through and they find the closing corner is 10 feet south of the line. So they push this through and set the true point of intersection. Now you come through and miss it by a couple feet. They're saying it is the line. Here's what they're doing, okay? They finally had to admit corners that move is a dumb idea, okay? And so with very few exceptions, the rule is once we've moved it, that's it, okay? So they're not down there and say, oh, it's still 6/10 off. So they're not going, nope, you just call it. That's where it is, okay? So if some surveyor knows this and understands this, and you're going to see his coordinates or whatever in his lines, and you're going to see, oh, that thing's 6/10 off the line. Check the record, see what the GLO or BLM did, because there's a very good chance they have declared it to be on the line. They don't say that in the notes. They're just running along the senior line, township or section corner for the township to the north, and then they get to that closing corner and they just call for it online. They don't say it's left or right. They just call for it. That's your signal. Just use it.
Okay, so when I go back to retrace that line,
Yes.
and I find that it's 6/10, 7/10, whatever off,
Yeah.
and you say make it the line, do you mean run the line straight and call a falling, or do you mean have an angle point with a bearing brake, or do you mean just run it through and ignore that it's 6/10 off?
I would bend the senior line through it, just like I would on any retracement of a controlling intermediate corner. Okay, so I'm going to show a slight deflection there.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
So what if there wasn't a third survey done there, and then how far off? The original was 5 feet or 10 feet or 20 feet off of the senior line there. At what point would you hold the original closing corner, or not hold the original closing corner?
You want to know how far off is good or bad? Is that what?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's the ultimate question we all ask. Well, how far off does it have to be? Okay, some guys, it's got to be within 200 or 300. Amazing. They're really good with their GPS. Do you know if you take a GPS shot for 6 seconds, RTK, you get a position on a corner, come back in 4 or 5 hours and shoot it again. That'll be several hundreds off in many cases. What? Because the geometry of the satellite's changed. Okay, it's not quite as strength of figure or whatever. It may read to the 1,000th, but it can't. And frankly, what are we doing? We're dealing with surveys done in 1855, and we're here adjusting them by a 1/10? Come on. You know what I'm saying? We got to, like us earlier slide, we're not building a Swiss watch. Okay? Those are good questions. Yes, sir.
So say there was an original survey done by BLM GLO, and then private surveyors come in after, and they find this corner and they set a quarter corner, just like single or proportioning the quarter corner in.
On the senior line.
Yes, on the senior line. And so, it was a senior line, then a second survey came in, agreed with it. But then for some reason, BLM decides that's not the senior line and come in and reestablish the proper section corner and a new quarter corner.
There's got to be more to that story. I'm just saying,
Right.
There's some reason why they did that. You're saying that the corner they found was by a private surveyor?
No, I believe it was set originally how they originally intended off the senior survey, and a private surveyor accepted it later, and for like 50 years used, and that property line ran for timber companies and such. But then like in the 80s, BLM came and established what they believed to be the true section corner, making a new quarter corner in the middle of that line. So now there's a big space in between the two.
Okay, and again, there's got to be some reason why that was done. There was fraud in the corner they found, or it was screwed up. Say again?
Probably found an intermediate original.
Well, they might have, but might have found it.
And maybe that's what it was. Maybe they did find original evidence. BLM, I believe that's what it was actually.
And that would make sense.
Okay.
Down near the town of, it's in Utah, southern Utah. I think it starts with a K, but it's where the headquarters are for not Bryce, but I guess it's the Grand Staircase Escalante National Monument, which is an awesome piece of real estate. And the headquarters are in this town, and I just can't think of it. Huh? No. Maybe the town's named Escalante. I think that's that starts with a K, doesn't it? Escalante. Anyway, they needed a survey done because they were going to build on the federal side, of course, a national park or a national monument headquarters building, with the museum and all that, some movies and whatever they have in the museums, right? So they were going to build that. So the Forest Service owned the land there, and so the Forest Service had the BLM come in and do a survey. So the BLM came in and did a survey, and they found a rebar set by a private surveyor, which they accepted because a Forest Service survey had come through 10 or 15 years before and had accepted that rebar. Okay, you follow me? So Forest Service accepted the rebar. I think the Forest Service actually remonumented it with an aluminum cap. Then the BLM came in and they accepted that cap as well. Okay, everything's wonderful. The building gets built. Boom. Some surveyor shows up to do a survey of the adjoining land, okay, which is private. And he finds the original corner some 80 feet south of this monumented Forest Service, now accepted by BLM aluminum cap. You follow what I'm saying here? This private surveyor found an error by the BLM and the Forest Service. And we're not talking about a measurement error per se, we're talking about an evidentiary error, okay? And so, bona fide rights for the landowner, even the government for that matter. And so he accepted it. Well, it put the new building 20 feet or so into private land, okay? Does these things happen? Yeah, this one's kind of the shoes on the other foot. But do you know what the Bureau argued? It went away all the way to the IBLA, Interior Board of Land Appeals, which is what you do. You don't sue the Bureau until much later. you have to appeal their survey to IBLA. And the BLM's argument was, hey, that survey's been there for 60 years or whatever. It wasn't that much, 40 years, but people are relying on it and all that, and that should be it. Doesn't that sound like the argument you and I make? So here's the BLM making that argument to preserve one of their screwed up surveys. And the IBLA came back and said, no, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You cannot accept that because original evidence was found 80 feet away. Amazing. Okay? So they tried to pull a fast one, the Bureau did. So that's a slightly different situation, but the point is the BLM and the Forest Service can make mistakes, not measurement. Well, they can make those kind of mistakes too, but usually it's evidentiary. Okay? As Mr. Robillard once said in a conference that I was at probably 35 years ago, but he said very few boundary disputes go to court about distance. They're not about measurement. They're about evidence, okay? They're about evidence. If I may quote, it's in the first couple pages of my book on public lands, which, now I don't sell books, these things, you won't want to go to Amazon, but I can tell you, if you've read this book and understand it, you'll pass the PLSS exam, okay, that the NCAAS has put together. This is from a guy named A.C. Mulford, okay? I think it was 1912 he wrote this, okay? It is far more important to have a somewhat faulty measurement of the spot where the line truly exists than it is to have an extremely accurate measurement where the line does not exist at all. Think about that. That's what we face, and that's what most disputes come down to. Yes, sir? That's the front page, man. Or, well, like yeah, right there. Yeah. Yeah. A.C. Mulford, 1912, and he's wait a minute, we didn't have GPS and setting rebars, 3/10 apart from each other, and he understood the legal principle. He understood. Interesting. Any questions on closing? Something we talked about just before the break, and I want to make sure we got that. Yeah, we did. We did discuss that. Setting this north 16th, right? We talked about that. You go from here to the offline closing corner to do the proportion because that's where their chain went. Okay? So in this case here, this gets whatever its fractional, parenthetical distance was, plus that. So it was kind of 50-50 shot if you had a lot with closing corners, whether you get more land or less land, but no matter what, with the proportioning of the closing 16th, you will take the effect of it, good or bad, in the lot. Okay? Any questions on that before we, yes, sir?
That applies to that corner to the south. Could it be lost? You would use that.
Good. Yeah.
If second corner to the south to proportion that quarter corner in?
Yeah, if this quarter corner is lost now, and so we need to extend it down to a section corner, right? And I need that quarter corner, I can do a proportion, and I'm going to go to here, not here. So what happens if some surveyor comes in, finds the closing corner off, gets rid of it, and puts a corner at the true point of intersection? If he didn't make a public record of that, we will never be able to set that 16th in its proper location. Do you see why? Because I need to do my proportion for this quarter corner to the offline position. But all that's out there is this. They didn't measure the chain there. So I would use the, 39 chains or whatever it is in the record here, and I'd add this distance to it. But the 39 chains is what I'm going to proportion that quarter corner in. Okay? So I'm used this as one of my arguments in states like Mississippi, where there's no mandatory recordation. You don't have to put your number on your monument. Okay? So I'll just go out there and it's just, survey wonderland out there, So But I make this is why you need a mandatory plat recordation law. There's stuff that happens that I have to know to protect people's rights. Because if I proportion to this instead of that position, this corner is going to change, isn't it? Okay.
And that's for the case when it's not lost, it was just not online.
It was not on the, it is the junior line, but it was not on the senior line. Exactly, yeah. Okay. We talked about this earlier, so I'm going to skip over this. So this is controlling intermediate corners, and if you remember, I've got two on here. Got a line tree and a witness point. Okay, a witness point is a monumented position on a line that is not at any corner. So where I've seen witness points is they were going the survey back in the 60s or 70s, you know, before GPS and all that. The section line went up over a hogback, say, okay? And so rather than them have to come back later and run that line all the way over the hogback again, okay, before GPS and all that, let's set a corner on top. And it's just, you know, it's at 31.29. It's not at some adequate distance, okay? They just set it. That's what a witness point is. Different than a witness corner. That's a witness point. And so one of the best ways to remember what a witness point is this. It is an artificial line tree. Okay? It's a tree just like a line tree, but it's not a tree. It's something artificial. They set a monument there. That's a witness point. So I've got both of those there, so you can see the measured data. The section line is not straight. Okay? So we talked about this earlier, so I'm not going to go over that. However, I will throw this in. What if you came in, okay, the old record is a straight line, everything's wonderful. You come along and somebody has retraced it, so that's that measured. Somebody found the witness point in the line tree, and so you get this zigzag. It's not that severe scale-wise, okay, but you found that zigzag. And now you're in there to do a survey, and the line tree can't be found. Okay, so what we need to think about is, all right, the line tree was a controlling corner of the section line, okay? It's not here now, so how do I proportion it back in? Not a single proportion on a straight line because the record, most recent record, tells me it wasn't a straight line. So this is in chapter 7 of the manual. This is the modified single proportion, okay? So a line that would have been single proportion, straight line, but has angle points in the record, modified single proportion, okay? Which you will find, with very few exceptions, works well as the compass rule, okay? The compass rule. Which reminds me of an exam question on the Arizona, the very first Arizona state exam I had to take. And the question was, explain the Bowditch rule. And I'm thinking, I've never heard of that. I have no idea what that is. And so, you know, I made up some BS and I missed that question. And me missing that question helped contribute to the second Arizona state exam that I got to take, okay? But I got out of there, so what's the deal with that, you know? And well, if you took the professor at ASU, if you took his survey prep class, because he writes the exam, this is in 78, okay? He writes the exam, so you need to, so it turns out the Bowditch rule is the compass rule, okay? But that turd professor had to put that in where you had to take his class. You know what? I did not take his class after that. I said, screw him. And he did not ask that question the next time. So the state of Arizona licensed me in 1979. They probably should have been tried for treason, for putting me out there, and affecting the public, but there I was. When the 1320 Club has been there, or other variations of it, there are certain things that give it away. You probably know some of these, but let's look at these, okay? Adequate distances, okay? everything's, 660, 330, 2640, everything's like, okay, then those are adequate distance. Or some surveyors figured out how to be more precise liars. Okay, that's an oxymoron, okay? They're more precise liars. They noticed that like on an east-west section line, the distance was 7990, okay? So, the quarter corner would go at midpoint, and so a 16th corner would go at half of half. You see what I'm saying? So they would show a distance on their survey that, I don't know what it comes out to, but say 1318 feet instead of 1320. And so it almost looks like, oh, he did a real survey. No, he didn't. He knew how to multiply times 66. I'm amazed how often I've seen that. So that's being a more precise liar. You know what I'm saying? Oxymoron? An accurate liar? Well, yeah, that's the same thing, I guess. An oxymoron, okay, is a term that doesn't, it's the opposite of itself. It contradicts itself. Military intelligence is probably one of the most famous ones, okay. Honest lawyer. Wealthy land surveyor. These are all oxymorons, okay? Jumbo shrimp, okay? Plastic silverware, I could go on and on, but anyway. So a more accurate liar. Now, since you brought that up, what is the difference, and this is real, I'm not kidding around, what is the difference between precision and accuracy? Anybody remember that from school? What's that? Well, that's probably a good test of that, isn't it? Repeatability. That's good. You're saying, which one are you saying is repeatable? Precision, yeah. Yeah.
And accuracy would be how close is it to the truth?
That's right, exactly right. Precision is about how well you measure, okay? Accuracy is how far you are from the true point, okay? So I subdivided the section, I traversed around it, and I closed 1 part in a billion. That's pretty good, okay? And so I set the center section. That's an incredibly precise survey. Unfortunately, I was in the wrong section. That's accuracy, okay? So we get that confused, and many others do. You see aliquot areas. Everything's 40, 20, 10. You see cardinal bearings. Even where on an east-west section line, they said north 8950 west, on the guy's plat, it just says west. And so he's an inaccurate liar, okay? So cardinal bearings, I watch for distance intersections where there was supposed to be a proportion or a bearing intersection, okay? Like at a center of section. I find overlaps and gaps in title claims and boundary disputes and attempts at unwritten rights. And you know what? This is not in harmony with the intent of the public land system, and so therefore, I'm having to deal with that stuff because we didn't stick with the system, because we, the survey profession, screwed up the area. Now here's the question I want to ask you before we take a break, okay? We can look at this and say, man, things can be screwed up. Boy, they are. Some states worse than others. Oregon, you guys have had it together. You've had real county surveyors most of your history, and you've had recordation laws and remonumentation projects that are funded. That's a million miles ahead of most states, okay? So that's good. So you may not deal with it, but I know many of you work in other states, okay? And so guess what? You cross that state line, and everything goes to hell, okay? So if you haven't seen some of this stuff here, you get a job in California or Nevada or even Washington, you're going to be surprised at some of the stuff you find. So are these problems or are these opportunities? See, I think all this stuff we've talked about up till now is a golden opportunity for you and I as professional surveyors who are prepared for this century, the next century, when I first put this together, this century. Are you really prepared for what's going on? Because what you and I have to do is clean up all those errors. Okay? I'm not talking about measurement decisions and stuff most of the time. I'm talking about screw up. in procedure. Okay? Problems that we find out, issues that are created out there, overlaps, gaps, all this stuff. The past 240 years of the existence of the public land system. There's a lot of opportunity there, I think, and I mentioned that this morning, you know. Some guy did a 1320 for $500. You charge $25,000 now to fix it, okay? To show what's going on. And I'm not saying that unwritten rights don't exist, okay? But they're tough to prove in the public land system. You'll have to tell me about Oregon. I'm sure. What's your statute of limitations on adverse possession? Is it 10? Okay, yeah. In some states as much as 30. In California, under certain circumstances, it's 7. Kind of amazing. But so you got to have 10 years. What else do you have to have for adverse possession here in Oregon? Say again in the back. Open and notorious, okay? Just the amount of time has gone by. That doesn't matter. Was it open and notorious? How do we know about open and notorious? Well, if it's my land and the other guy's using it, I go out and tell him to get off. Okay? That's open. That's notorious. What else? Color of title, I think, here. Okay, and what's color of title? He should have a deed that says he owns that land. Or something that is, you know, significant, usually a legal document, that has led him to believe it. How does that happen in the public lands? You know what I'm saying? Because if I own the southeast quarter, you own the southwest quarter, there's no overlap there. There's no gap. By definition. What's that? It's a bad survey. That's exactly right. So there is no. So adverse possession, color of title, he doesn't have a deed that gives him anything over into my southwest quarter. Okay? He's limited to the southeast quarter, unless some judge, you know, decides to give it to him, which is an issue we have to deal with. Okay? So, what else? There should be more. Continuous. That's right. That use by the other person on your land needs to be continuous. It wasn't just once in a while. Okay? What's that? Yeah, by the other party. They honestly believe, sincerely believe, for whatever reason, that they own that. Okay? See, I have people say to me, do a survey and something comes up, you know, the corner falls away from their fence. And they almost inevitably say, well, especially public lands, well, isn't there a law somewhere that says that after so many years that's mine? No. No, there isn't a law. See, some people think, the public I'm talking about, they think adverse possession is this cool way to get to steal somebody else's land, and that's not true. Yes, sir.
But if you give them permission to use this temporarily, maybe gardening and whatever, then that negates everything.
That's right. That's just license. That's just permit. Yeah. No, they have to honestly think they own that land, and they're openly using it, and you've never said anything against it. But the color of title gets them, and I don't know, is Oregon, you have to pay taxes on it too? Okay. Some states, you have to, Washington, yeah, you have to pay, you have to show that I've paid property taxes on that land that I'm occupying. Probably not in the public lands system. You know what I'm saying? By definition, you can't overlap onto them. A bad survey might think you could, okay? It's kind of like in the new manual, you know, they talk about bona fide rights. Then Bob Dahl, I think it's in chapter 7, has an interesting discussion about the difference between bona fide rights and bona fide belief. Going to your comment about sincerely thinks he owns it, okay? Bona fide belief, well, they're just convinced that fence. Hey, you know what? You ever ask anybody, well, why do you think that fence is here? Well, the realtor told me. Oh, great. Okay. Or I had one in southern New Mexico where the title company told me. I thought, what? The title company told you that fence? How do they know? You know, they don't know anything. Really. Okay. If somebody doesn't work out at McDonald's making fries, they can still get a job at the title insurance company. Okay? Honest. Yes, sir. Greg.
There is one other one that often gets business called tagging. And that there is one that often gets missed. It's called tagging. And that is a new owner that takes over the rights of the previous owner, which was nearly completed or may have completed adverse possession on a piece of land. If he buys the piece of land, he can claim that's previous owner's time in which
Yes.
the possession was taken.
Now,
An
I've
interesting
never heard
one.
it called tagging. Most places I've seen, it's called tacking. Now, maybe it's a little different here, but tacking is that doctrine that you need 10 years here in Oregon, and my previous owner that I bought from had it for 9 years, and so I buy and believe everything's cool, and another year goes by, I can tack my year onto his, okay?
Yes,
That's right, that's right.
could be misdetermined. And what often gets messed up and people slip over this is because adverse possession has this exclusion to all others. And people say, well, because he's just a new owner, now we have two previous owners, we have this non-exclusion thing that doesn't count in this tacking.
That's good. That's good. But let me talk about tacking, or just the time, even if it's just one owner. Okay, and it's the 10 years have gone by. Most state laws, I can't speak to yours, okay? But it should be, and if you've got an Oregon laws book that PLSO puts out for surveyors, we have one in Colorado. In most states, counting the time, you cannot count the time if the land was ever owned by a minor, M-I-N-O-R, okay? You can't count that time. It stops the clock, okay? In most states, it says that if the person that owns it was in the military service overseas, they didn't even have to be at war, but overseas, see, they're not there to stop you. They're serving their country. You can't count that time, and in most states, it stops when that guy goes to Germany or wherever he's going in the service, okay? In most states, again, you have to check it in Oregon, but you can't count that time if the person that you're adversely possessing against was ever in a mental institution. Good luck finding that out under, what's the law? HIPAA, yeah, HIPAA. You know, good luck finding that. I suppose you could just ask all the adjourners, you ever been in the funny farm? That wouldn't go over real well, okay? You ever been in a mental institution? Well, yeah, okay, adverse possession is off the table. I'm just telling you, there's a whole lot more to adverse possession than I've had a fence over there for 10 years. It's probably in case law, yes, okay? The limitations on attacking and that of how the time is caught is probably, or counted, I should say, is probably in case law. Yeah. So that's why I said when they say, "Isn't there a law automatically?" Nope. Nope. Doesn't say that at all. You got to meet this. You know, maybe you got a good attorney. Now I'm going to warn you about something. Boundary disputes go to court in the lower courts. Okay. And so the judge hears the case and decides right on the spot. Judge, he or she doesn't say, well, I'm going to go study the case law on this and all. No, they don't. Yeah, if you got Judge Judy, she just takes a commercial. She doesn't stop to go out and study anything, okay, like the appellate courts do and the Supreme Court does, okay? So the judge he just makes a decision. He pulls it out of somewhere. Okay, you know what? About half the boundary disputes, the corner's over there and the corner's over there, the judge says, split the difference. And my very first time in court, that was the solution. And neither professional surveyor thought that was it. But what's the judge doing? He's just trying to be equitable, trying to be fair, let's quiet the neighborhood. Next case, okay? So we need to understand, just because in court that happens, and you know what? Half the time that case, or even one where they set one or the other, is classified as an adverse possession case. But when you read the case, it has nothing to do with adverse possession. You will find that they will apply the 10 years to other things and try to make it adverse possession. It's not, okay? So be careful of that and local court decisions. Yes, sir. Oh, I know that, yeah. These guys are just begging me to keep going. All right, so it must be 2:35, I'm guessing. I think I went about 5 over there. 2:33. I'm brilliant. All right. I'll see you all here at 3 o'clock, all right? Fine. Glad to have you back. And we're going to go till 4:30, more or less, all right? And one of the ways I get invited back to these so often is I quit early. Okay, so that buys me goodwill. But we'll see. We got lots to talk about and hardly enough time today. So my wife, she said, well, I could tell you took a hydrocodone. I said, can you tell? She says, because you're dancing around again. And, you know, and so, okay. So just so you know, I took a hydrocodone. So we're going to have a great seminar this afternoon. Okay. Appreciate your patience being here and stuff, but we've talked about a lot of cool stuff. So if you remember, prior to the break here, well, we were looking at a couple of things, but we talked about the problems or the opportunities and all that stuff that are here. And so what I want to do is talk about what it takes for us to profit from all of this stuff, for it to be a profitable opportunity. And so if you want it that way, you need to understand the intent of the PLSS and the details. And that's what we have talked about all the way up till now, is just reviewing a lot of that stuff and challenging you, okay? I got licensed in Arizona, 79, got licensed in California in 1980 with this stupid mail-in test. And then later in 1980, the Forest Service hired me, my first job there, and I was with the Kaibab, which is both sides of the Grand Canyon. Awesome country to be a surveyor in, okay? But and most of the time I was working by myself, couldn't afford a crew. You know, we didn't have a budget for the crew, so I'd go out there and do stuff. Royce might know what I'm talking about. I used the laser range pole, do you remember that? All by myself, so I had to pack in 70 pounds of stuff and go back to the truck, pack in the other 70 pounds of stuff to use it. But I did that stuff by myself, a lot of it, which is why I have a bad back. So, but we need to understand all that stuff and know what's going on. We need to know how to patiently research the record. Okay? Could spend a whole day on researching the record. How many of your people that you send over to the courthouse have really been trained on researching the record? We need to be prepared to totally jump in to project analysis because they're going to be complicated. And there's all these screwed up surveys. You got to see what happens, you know, who's on what page and who's on whose land, that kind of stuff. You need to be ready to go against the grain. If you're going to do it right and you're going to know the public lands, you know, and you're not just flying over Kansas, you're going to piss off a few people, other surveyors, even in your own office. It could even be your boss. I've had that. So you're going to go against the grain. So are you really prepared? That's what we want. So we were talking about this, and I want to talk about the case law game, okay, just for a minute. 2 + 2. I've told this joke almost every seminar I've ever done, so some of you might remember it, but it's just a joke about the National Science Foundation trying to find out what 2 + 2 is, okay? And so they bring in different professions and ask. So the first person they bring in is a civil engineer, and they said, what's 2 + 2? And he's 4.0, okay? Brought in a land surveyor, what's 2 + 2? Well, it's 4, more or less. Okay, a little bit different perspective, right? They brought in a realtor, what's 2 + 2? And the realtor, is this going to screw up the sale? Right. Brought in a title insurance person. What's 2 + 2? I don't know. You don't know what 2 + 2? No. What would you do if a 2 + 2 came along? We'd exclude it on Schedule B. Okay, so finally they said, well, man, we've got some wild, I've got all kinds of different stories there, but they finally bring in a lawyer because, you know, well, we better get a legal opinion on this. So what's 2 + 2? And the lawyer just smiles and says, what would you like it to be? Okay? That's how it works. That is, and we all see all these different professions that you and I deal with, one way or another. We all see the world a little differently. We all see survey data a little differently. Survey process, survey priorities. We see all of that differently. So where should you go to look for precedent in case law type cases? Well, you don't want to go to Judge Judy, okay? Because it's that level of court case that almost every boundary dispute ever has been heard in, and it stops there. So Judge Judy, well, the surveyor, it should be over there, and so it should be over there. Split the difference, next case, okay? And so we don't want to look at those kind of cases at all, with one exception here I'll talk about, okay? But we need to be careful. I had a surveyor tell me one time in Flagstaff, well, you can't use topo call. No, can't use them. Judge Smith here in Coconino County said you can't use topo calls. And I'm thinking, you know, who the hell is Judge Smith? And what does he know about surveying? Well, it turns out nothing. But he ruled against some surveyor who was using topo calls. And so this surveyor said, no, it's illegal now to use topo calls. No, it's not. Okay? I cited Cragen versus Powell, that 1888 Louisiana in the swamp boundary dispute that went all the way to the Supreme Court. And you know what they told the surveyor to do? You use a topo call. Okay? Don't ignore that topo call. Use that topo call. So you can use topo calls. You got to be super careful, okay, about topo calls. Were they faithfully measured? Were they faithfully recorded? Okay? Does it even fit the USGS? You know, a topographic map. Does it really fit that? Sometimes they don't. So I know they either made those up or they were never there in some cases, okay? But I want to look for cases that truly set a precedent, which, you know, Cragen versus Powell all the way to the Supreme Court, that's the ultimate, okay? But there's a lot out there. And you can find them in the federal courts, or even in the local state courts where something went on appeal. You know, when you read a book like Boundary Control Legal Principles, or even the BLM Manual, or Evidence and Procedures by Robillard, or other stuff, I can't think of any others at the moment, but some of you may have the old yellow book by Gurdon Waddles. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Gurdon Waddles, Writing Landscapes? Oh, we need that book back, you know? We need that book back. Yes, sir, Jared.
It's a little unknown, but if you write the publisher, he will send you the book for $40.
Is that right?
Yep.
And who's the publisher? Is it still his nephew?
It's a PLS in California that has the rights.
Okay. Well, that's good because when it went out of print, I quit using it at University of Wyoming and started using another book, which I hate, this book I use now. So that would be great.
I don't know if he has a warehouse, but you can ask him for the catalog, and I think he still has survey drafting, still has the writing legal descriptions.
Okay, so this isn't Cuomo or one of those guys,
no.
Is it? Okay. Well, I hope not. In my ethics book, I don't know if I still have a copy of that up here or not, but yeah, the ethics book. This is the second edition. In the second edition, I added a new chapter, several new chapters, but one of them is called Stealing the Ethics Book. That was a story about the Cuomos without using their names. So anyway, where was I? We want to make sure we're looking at the proper level. So all those books I'm mentioning, they quote cases, right? They have a little footnote, and you go there, and it's, you know, Smith versus Jones, and you know it gives the citation, all that. That's not from Judge Judy. We don't use that stuff. Lawyers know not to use that stuff. The lawyer knows he can find any case to say anything you want. Okay? 2 + 2, what do you want it to be? The lawyers know that, but that's not the precedent-setting cases that we want to use. So, all the books that we use, they're using stuff that went on appeal. Okay? Because that's where, hey, Judge Jones said split the difference. We don't think that's right. Here's what the law says about the original evidence versus the defense. Okay? And on appeal, it gets fixed. Okay? So it's on appeal. But about 1% of boundary cases actually go on appeal. Okay? So there's plenty of it. But so that's the point. Now, what I want to do, I don't think I've got a slide on that. Yeah, I want to draw you a picture and talk about this for a minute, okay? Section corner. So we got 4 quarter corners out here, okay, in a section corner. All right? We all right with that? So that's the situation on the ground. So this is Smith and this is Jones, my favorite litigants. Okay? And so one of them hires a surveyor, and that surveyor comes along and either doesn't find the section corner evidence or chooses to ignore it. Okay? Which, what? But that happens. Because there's a fence, I'm just going to exaggerate for scale, it probably isn't this bad, but there's a fence over here. And he's surveying for Jones, and that fence is over onto Smith, and he asks Jones, how long's that fence been there? What's he looking for? 10 years in Oregon. Oh, it's been there 12 years. Oh, man. Well, that's probably your land. Boy, is that a stupid thing to say. It's irresponsible to say that. Okay, boy, that might be your land. Okay, so, but let's say that the surveyor, he sets a corner over there. And let's say that Smith and Jones go to court. And the judge says, well, this is what judges are saying now. Oh, well, this one was set with GPS. That was set with an old chain back in 1880, you know. So this was set with GPS. So this is better. He says, that's the section corner. And he says that, even in the court case. That's the section corner. Okay. A, does the judge have that authority? No. Okay. The Supreme Court has said, the highest court in the land, that they cannot move original corners. Okay? Can't move them. So, say again? No, that's a whole nother subject. Oh, no, these are quarter corners. This is a section corner. Okay? Yeah. We're not talking center section. We don't have that much time. No. And so, okay, so Smith and Jones, and so the judge says that's the section corner, and Jones owns this land. Okay? It's all mixed up. It's all screwed up. It's not really an adverse possession case, but he said it. Okay? And they may call it an adverse possession, but whatever. In 10 years, they play with that number, but whatever. Okay? So Smith is screwed. And if he appeals it, he probably has a good chance of getting it back, because the appellate court is going to say, all right, that's the fact. You can't bring new evidence into an appeal. Okay, it's just, hey, the facts are the facts the way it was. The evidence that was presented is the evidence, but the decision by the lower court was not correct. That's what the appellate court will look at. Okay, so the appellate court looks at that, and that would be great. But this doesn't, like 99% of them, doesn't go on appeal. So you're stuck with it. Okay? Now, a couple of years later, you are hired to survey for green. And we'll put brown over here. Okay? So this is, yeah, some of you know this name, Roger Green. Okay? Surveyor, long time here in Oregon. And I knew him in Arizona. I hired him in Arizona. That's how I met him. Anyway, and his first question when he went to the field with me on his first day was, where are the raincoats? Okay? You know, well, we're in Arizona, Raj. You don't need a raincoat here for surveying. If it rains, just get in the truck or get under a tree for 5 minutes and it'll stop raining. You know, this is the desert. So anyway, so I'm surveying here for green, okay? What am I going to use for the corner? There's a judge in a case that said that pipe or whatever it is over there at the end of the fence is the section corner. I'm under no obligation to do that, okay? That bad position is only going to affect Jones and Smith. It will in perpetuity unless this gets appealed. Okay? So fine. If I'm surveying for either Smith or Jones, I need to use that Mickey Mouse corner. Okay? But if I'm surveying for Green, I don't want to use the Mickey Mouse corner. I'm going to use the original evidence or whatever it is over here that I prefer. Okay? We okay with that? So don't get caught into that. Oh, Judge Smith said, well, it can't be Smith. Well, it could be, probably related, you know. Conflict of interest. Judge Gronkowski. Judge Gronkowski says, it's over there. I don't care what the judge said. Okay? Doesn't matter. I'm surveying for Green or Brown. We okay with that? I'm going to use the original or whatever that other position is. Okay? So now think about this. Does this not create some kind of chaos? If this happens to fall right on the section line east-west, great. But it usually doesn't. It screws up stuff. And Brown was never named in this suit. The only people that will ever be affected by that decision are Smith and Jones and their heirs and assigns. Okay? So, I'm surveying for Green. All right, let's get rid of Green. Well, he's still there, but he owns this land here. What do we need here? We need a P for purple, okay? So P lives down here. He doesn't, he's on the 16th line, okay? He doesn't even own land where that court case was. But he's affected by which you're going to use, isn't he? Because when you proportion in that 16th corner, from the quarter corner to here or here, you're going to move. Okay? So, all right, so now the quarter corner becomes lost. So I've got a proportion in the quarter corner, okay? Because I'm doing a survey way down here that's a public lands parcel, okay? That isn't an adjoiner. It isn't even on either of the section lines. And yet, for me to proportion in that quarter corner, I've got to decide whether I'm going to use this or this. You see what I'm saying? There could be people a mile away, depending on your circumstances, that are affected by that bogus decision. Okay? Keith?
Doesn't Brown say you proportion between original and disturbed money?
Well, yeah, generally, Brown and Robillard, Robillard took over the book when Kurt Brown died. Kurt Brown, yes, in Boundary Control Legal Principles does say you proportion between two originally undisturbed or some language like that corners, right?
So the judge's corner wouldn't be original?
That's right. And frankly, the judge had no authority to set the section corner. What did the judge set? What is this going to be? It's a property corner. Okay, the judge has that authority. And he has it over everyone that was involved in the case. And most of the time, it was just Smith and Jones. Okay, and they hate each other. By the way, you ever notice that with boundary disputes? There's always something else. And they've always hated that guy, and now he's 2 feet over onto my land, and so I'm going to stick it to him. So there's always something out. Yes, sir.
So say I'm doing the survey for Brown, and I still believe that the original monument in the section corner is it, and I don't believe that the judge's decision is correct.
Right.
When I make a map and note, I would just note that I believe the judge's corner is incorrect, and that this is what I've come up with. Pretty much.
Yeah,
I'm not calling them both a section corner in my survey, even though the judge called it a section corner. I'm only calling what I believe is the section corner.
That's right. The judge had no authority to say that anyway. He could set the property corner between Smith and Jones. That's it. Okay? And let's say it actually sits down there. Brown was never part of this lawsuit. Brown is not subject to that corner. You know, and Smith will come out, well, this went to court, or Jones will, or, you know, this went to court, and this went, no, doesn't affect anybody except Smith and Jones. Yeah, but now you have an overlap. Sure, overlaps or gaps, and notes. I'm going to make notes on the plat, but I'm going to show, hey, Brown owns up to here and across here. This is here, there's this fence trespassing. People say, no, that was already resolved. No, it wasn't. All that was resolved was this, okay?
I'm also not obligated to make that an angle point either, am I?
No, I'd blow this thing off. I mean, I'd show a bearing and distance over to it, and I'd have a note. And it would say, very professionally, this is evidence that I've found, and this was set by PLS number 1234, who is a jackass. Put that on my plat, okay?
Was it the surveyor or the judge?
Well, I would say the surveyor, because he stuck it in there and didn't understand what evidence meant. Didn't understand what controlled bona fide rights there. So anyway, yeah, the judge was a jackass. Well, the judge is doing what he's supposed to do. He's there in the courts of equity. In a lot of states, those are called the courts of equity. And it's just, let's make a deal, So whatever. We okay with this? Big subject here, very important. Part of the complication, because sometimes the reason you've got an overlap or a gap or something is because somebody, Brown, was convinced he had to honor that, when in fact there's nothing to honor that. If he has to honor that, then he and Smith need to go to court. Okay?
Okay, let's say our Mickey Mouse. Let's say our Mickey Mouse monument is the monument of record now when.
For like a subdivision or something?
Well, let's say it's the currently accepted, because you haven't gone in and found that original monument.
Okay, but I understand that the original dispute I'm describing here was between those two.
Yes.
Okay.
So here I'm asking about cleaning up problems later. Now, our Mickey Mouse monument gets held when Green decides to sell the east half of the northwest quarter to Pink or Purple.
Yeah.
And he says the east half.
Right, which is a public land description, which means midpoint between the section corner and the quarter corner.
And you come in later and you find the original corner is the east half that Green sold to Pink, now based on the monument that was believed to be correct at the time, or is it based on the original monument that was found subsequent to that Mickey Mouse monument?
Okay. We'll probably get sued by Disney, for using that term, but disparaging it. Poor Mickey Mouse. But what was Green's intention? Well, he's selling he's got 160 acres there and he wants to sell 80. He still sells the west half, okay? Which is a PLSS description, which means midpoint between section corner and a quarter corner. So the question is, where's the section corner? Okay? Now, he may have thought it goes over there, but let me answer this way. It is a given in all 50 states that you cannot sell what you do not own. Okay? So, Green or Brown, they could even have a legal description, meets and bounds, that goes to that Mickey Mouse point. But he can't sell over there. That's part of the thing with public lands. There are no gaps or overlaps. It's fixed where it is. Some judge has messed with it, and then people may, got to obey what the judge says. No. Okay? That's one of the complications that I'm talking about for us to fix stuff. And I don't even mean fix, to put it and show it where it always was. Does that make sense? This is where the northwest quarter of the section always was. Okay? That's why we go look for evidence, corner evidence. Okay? That's an important thing, and I see a lot of screw-ups because surveyors don't understand this, title companies don't understand it, lawyers for sure. Some lawyers are, they're pretty honest and straight up on the understanding that process and knowing that's just BS. Okay?
it's been used as the corner for so many years.
The Mickey Mouse point.
The Mickey Mouse corner. And then, but then another surveyor comes in that is correctly marking the east-west section line, and he says, well, I don't agree with that, and he sets the corner where it's supposed to be. Now, obviously, he doesn't have bona fide rights, but what happens if that's becomes a subdivision corner?
It gets a lot more complicated, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because, if where Brown has been divided into little quarter or less, lots and curves and cul-de-sacs and all that, it affects all that. But that's part of what I'm talking about, the analysis of this.
So can I just set an actual property corner on the east-west line and say, I don't care what the court says, this is where the line is, and that's what we're going to use?
And I put that on my plat. And maybe it'll go to court and something, or maybe if Smith and Brown, if Brown's attorney knows what the hell's going on, he's going, we're not using that. We're not using that. And Smith's attorney might say, no, you don't get to go down there because you never owned down there. The judge could not give you title. Does that make sense? So that's part of us understanding what can be done and what can't be done. And we see here that you can have people as much as a mile away. Well, it could even be more if you have a number of other lost corners. There could be 2 or 3 miles down the road to the next section corner. You got people all over the township being affected by which of those you're going to use. And we need to remember that Mickey Mouse corner only controls, as it may be limited, but it only controls Smith and Jones. Okay? So, let's say that a court case came along and adverse possession was declared somewhere, okay? And so it's been settled. And it's not into Brown, it's just between Smith and Jones. And then let's say that Smith hires another surveyor a couple years later, and that surveyor finds the original, okay? Is he able to recover from that? No, he can't. Okay? If he appeals the decision, then he's got a good chance that he'll recover from it. But he cannot recover from it, okay, because the rule is once a court, even a Mickey Mouse court, makes that determination as to that location and stuff, you cannot recover that which was lost because of an a later survey or evidentiary discovery, okay? He's going to have to appeal the bad decision. We okay with that? So hiring a surveyor and having him come along and put a bunch of flagging on the true point doesn't fix the problem. Yes, sir.
The appeals, but the original decision is upheld. Does that have any bearing in your mind?
Well, if it's upheld, then it's not been de-Mickey Moused. Okay? Yeah, I'd say, well, appeal it again. I mean, that's what Cragen did. And Craig vs. Powell took it all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court to win. Because he was losing all the way along in the local courts. Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yeah.
You've surveyed for Smith and Jones. The court has decided that the section corner is Mickey Mouse. Now, Jones wants to sell off his East 80 acres. So I have a quarter corner there and a section corner, Mickey Mouse. For Jones, I would proportion between Mickey Mouse and the quarter corner. But if I proportion for, George and Purple down there.
Okay. So, Jones and his heirs and assigns are bound to that decision unless it goes on appeal. Okay? That's it. So he's bound to that. And if it lets a lot of time go by before he appeals it, the courts may say we're not going to overturn it just because it's been there a while. You know what I'm saying? Not because the survey was right or wrong or whatever. It's because of this. So, but here's the problem in the public land system, okay, with unwritten rights and that sort of thing, okay? So Jones has been awarded this triangle of land, okay? So Jones sells his land. Most of the time, he's going to sell it as the southwest quarter of that section, which fixes it here. See what I'm saying? This will never be the section corner. This will never be the section line. So if Jones wants to sell his property, he needs to sell southwest quarter and the following described meets and bounds parcel and have a meets and bounds described of that triangle. You see what I'm saying? Because public lands, if it's southwest quarter, by definition, stops at the section line. Okay, did that help with that question? Okay.
Speaking of gap, you generally see 80 acres on the west, 80 acres. No sectional measurement is perfect. And that will give rise to an occasional gap. I've been in circumstances where I've seen somebody sell, they own the west half of the northeast quarter. 1875, they sell the north 40 acres. 1890, they sell the south 40 acres. And there was 81 acres there. Now you have a gap.
Well, let's understand that, because that's not necessarily true. It's certainly one of the things that gets screwed up, though. You're right. That's kind of screw-ups we find. But it depends on the language in the description. Okay, if they've got 160 acre, a quarter section, and they sell the west half of that quarter section and the east half of that quarter, there is no gap or overlap.
Exactly,
Okay.
but I mean, I've seen it before where lawyers have taken liberties. I had to do a chain of title, and he took the north 48 or the north half of the west half of the northwest quarter and decided it was the north 40 acres. Had a surveyor come out there in reliance upon that, start staking a few exceptions off the west line along Indiana. I came out there, found an original stone. I created like a 60-foot, I don't want to say gap, but I was out into the southerly adjoiner's field by like 60 feet. And that's just, so look for Scrivener's errors. And
sometimes it's not Scrivener, well, I guess it would be Scrivener's errors, but it's whoever wrote the legal description didn't understand the importance of the words or the description systems. We have 7 of them in this country, okay? Meets and bounds is one, public lands is another one, we've got 5 others, okay?
Yeah, I mean, keep it adequate when you can.
Well, yeah, stick with the public land system.
Yeah,
okay, so east half the quarter section and west half, there's no gap.
Right.
Okay, east 80 acres.
West 80, you might
West
have an
80
overlap
acres,
or a
you're going to
gap.
have a gap or an overlap.
Invariably,
okay?
yeah.
Okay, yep. So.
That's junior, senior, isn't it, at that point?
Well, if
Well,
they're
yeah,
sold
yes, it is, 'cause
simultaneously, yeah, but if
they
they're sold in
stepped away-
succession, you're going to have a
They
gap.
stepped away from the public land system other than it's the, outlying boundary is the quarter section. But they stepped away from it when they cited acreage.
Right.
Okay, or here's another one. The west 1,320 feet and the east 1,320 feet. They're not going to line up, okay? They're not going to line. So you change the description system, you screw up the neighborhood.
You can
Okay.
still look at intent of the deed.
Well, and I've seen some that, but you do have junior senior. If somebody sold the west half of the section, or west half of the quarter section, public lands, then sold the east 80 acres, and those overlap, junior senior. Right. The first one went out and got it, and he got whatever is left. So I've seen some amazing situations in that, and I've seen where surveyors, you've got that discrepancy and they go to the landowner, well, which did you intend? Okay, be careful with that, because what they intended is in writing on a deed, okay? And that's not what we meant. We meant this. Then you got to do a correction deed if you got time to do it, or go through some subdivision laws and all the planning and zoning and crap to fix that situation. Does that make sense? You got to get that fixed. So, yeah. So so I consulted on a case up just north of Seattle about 3-4 years ago, and it was exactly this. Okay, and the legal description for the property was north half of the west half of the quarter section. Okay, so it was public lands. But the surveyor who was hired to come in and do it said, no, that's calling for exactly 40 acres. Well, no, it isn't. In fact, you call for acreage, that's really stupid. Anyway, the line, as surveyed, fell down into this elderly woman's property, and they come out there and chainsaws and all this and put up fences and put up signs, and then the old lady finally sues them, you know, and they hired a couple guys, they hated each other, I guess. They hired a couple of guys to walk that fence once in a while with a chainsaw or with a machete just to intimidate the widow. Okay, and that finally went to court, and I got involved in it, and we stuck it to that other surveyor, okay, who had misinterpreted what that description said, okay? So you see these all the times with gaps and overlaps. What I'm saying is the vast majority of the time when you have a gap or an overlap, it may not stand because somebody didn't stick with the public land system. Somebody sold what they didn't own. Somebody, you know, that's part of the research and the analysis of that to figure out what rights did this person have, and then the words that he used are all screwed up. What got conveyed? Most of the time you can figure that out. A lot of surveys, you have to have a judge say that. No, I can figure out most junior senior. Can't you? Date on the deed, it's not real complicated there. I can figure that stuff out. I believe we have full authority to interpret legal descriptions and put them on the ground. Okay? Sir.
Antidote to the point you're making, I put out on RLS the question whether or not a 660 by 330 was an adequate description. Mm-hmm. I had something like 40 responses. They split right down the middle, 20-20, saying that half of them said it was adequate, and the other half said, no, it was. It's just a meets.
Yeah.
We got a long ways to go.
Yeah. Oh, that's why I'm talking about this. This stuff's still going on. We're still creating this stuff because surveyors don't know what they're doing. Lawyers for sure don't know what they're doing. You know what the difference is between a lawyer and God? God does not assume he's a lawyer. Okay? So I'm doing this survey, I forget, it was like 20 acres. It was an adequate part. And it was for American Furniture Warehouse, Grand Junction, Colorado. Going to put their store there, a big warehouse, bigger than usual because it was kind of a regional distribution center as well. And so, but the property had belonged to a mining company, and then they sold off the south half of quarter, whatever it was, okay, public lands description, and then they sold off the north 1320. Okay? I'm hired to do an ALTA there. And folks, this is what ALTAs are looking for. Okay? You don't just go, oh, I'm going to throw some measurements in and say I did it. No. So I go out here and I find the corners or the storm or whatever. Anyway, I come in here and guess what? There's a 2-foot gap through there. Okay? Now, it was never sold in either deed. One of my competitors in the survey seminar business says, and I heard him say it because I was there in his session, he says, oh, well, the second one in junior senior, the second one's always more or less. Well, I went back and looked through several books, old ones, new ones. I can't find that anywhere. So he pulled that out of somewhere, okay? Why, I don't know, but that was what he said. Yes? Did I what, say again? Okay. I'm not going to go into all the details on that, but I forget how it was worded, but probably. And why do we usually go the perpendicular instead of down the sidelines? Is because the perpendicular gives them more land, and when there's a discrepancy in a deed like that, you give the grantee the benefit of the doubt. Okay? That's one of the rules. Say that again. Contracts are generally construed against the draft. That's correct. That's right. It's the same thing. That's right. Yes, sir.
In this example, what stands out to me is that first the south half of the property is conveyed, and then later
first the south half of the property is conveyed,
Right.
and then later the north 1320.
That's right.
The only question in my mind is, was the landowner who, when the second deed went out, were they intending to go to that same line, which is the north line in the south half? Or were they intending to retain a 2-foot strip of land?
No, they didn't intend that. They thought they were selling the rest of it. The problem is,
So there's
they
not a gap.
didn't. Okay? Now we can say, oh, this is what they meant. Get it in a deed first. Don't, us as survey, oh, that's what they meant. Or, oh, it's automatically more or less. We can argue that the 2 feet didn't matter, right? So what if it's 10 feet? At what point does it become an issue? Now, when it gets down to a few hundredths, I don't give a damn because none of us can measure that well. Okay? But when you get, okay, so this was an ALTA. This went to one chain of title. This went to a different chain of title. American Furniture Warehouse came in, bought deeds from both of these people, worded exactly the same, and they assumed they had the whole parcel. Okay? I go out, do a survey, I find that there's this 2-foot gap. I call the attorney with the title company, so he's in Chicago or some freaking place, and I explained this to him, and this guy knew what he was doing. He said, all right, thank you for that. Stop your survey. Okay? He said, I'm going to file for quiet title on that strip. Okay? Which he did. In Colorado, it takes about 3 months. About 6 months later, he calls back and says, hey, we got our deed, and by the way, not that you're the attorney, but if you have opportunity, if you're going to quiet the title, don't quiet the 2-foot, quiet the whole thing. Okay, just in case something else comes up, you got the whole thing. Okay, you're going to go to that trouble. So the judge says, all right, that belongs to you. So now all 3 parcels belong to him. And the title company said, thank you for finding that and revealing to that. That is just what we're looking for. Okay? So, oh, it's more or less. No, I think I'm going to report the facts. And if the title company says, we're not going to worry about that, the 2 feet doesn't matter, fine. Somebody said it, not me. Okay? Somebody made that decision, not me, title company. So if it had gone forward and I hadn't finished the survey, and we didn't, do the quiet title, then the title company would have issued a policy on this and a policy on that and would not have insured that middle piece, okay? Which means it's not marketable, okay? So the attorney knew what the hell he was doing, so I'm going to sue for quiet title. We sue for quiet title, got the whole land. He calls me up, says you can proceed with the survey. Here's the new deed. The new deed is from the judge in the quiet title suit and says you own the whole quarter, whatever it was, okay? So I proceeded to do the survey. Title company didn't have to exclude this or do anything. It was fixed. See what I'm saying? That's what it's about. And if in doubt, show it. If in doubt, call it out and let somebody else say, that's close enough. Doesn't matter. Or as I heard in the Forest Service, close enough for government work. Okay? You follow me? That's not my decision. I'm a professional surveyor in the public lands, and I happen to know that these are 2 different description systems. Somebody assumed they were the same. That was their intent, but that's not what they said. Okay? So if it's real soon, get a correction deed. But you know what? One of these, I forget, was owned by some mining company that had gone bankrupt 10 or 12 years ago. We couldn't even find their heirs and assigns in order to go get a quitclaim deed to this. So that's why they sued for quiet title. Okay? Get it cleaned up. Okay, so when I say fix it, I'm not saying change the survey, do this. I'm saying something's wrong in the surveys and or legal descriptions that brought us to here. Now let's get it cleaned up because American Furniture Warehouse wanted the building here. Okay? A real case down in southern Arizona near a town called Ajo, A-J-O, which means garlic in Spanish. And Phelps Dodge had a whole bunch of lode mining claims staked, and everything's going well. And they're they're already building their mine and all that. And some surveyor figured out that they had left a gap in those mining claims, okay? And, you know, a string of load claims can just, you know, be done like this, okay? But he discovered in the records, I'm just exaggerating, that there was a gap between this claim and this claim. And he went in and claimed it. Went to court. Phelps Dodge lost the case because they did not have title to that gap. And they settled for millions because it was in the middle of their new mill. Okay? Kind of an... What about the surveyor?
No, a wealthy surveyor.
The wealthy surveyor?
Yeah, didn't you say a surveyor found that gap and claimed
The surveyor, well, somebody with another mining company thought they had that. They hired a surveyor, and he says, yeah, it looks like there's a gap there. And so, anyway, that's just a real case of this. And you know what? Millions of dollars. I'm not going to say, oh, that's what they meant. If that's what they meant, then they should have said it. Well, they were misguided, the surveyor they hired, or the attorney. Or yes, that's right. Some surveyors, attorneys, others don't know what they're doing. Am I going to place my professional liability, you know, at the feet of some lawyer, you know, who really didn't know? And so, yeah, this is maybe 25, 30 years ago in some lawyer magazine. Somebody brought it to me at a seminar, and it was some company that was selling a package, a software package that you could use. So it had to, maybe it wasn't that far back because we had to have computers. But anyway, it was software and you could buy it for $30. And here's what it said on the ad in the lawyer magazine. Avoid costly surveys. Okay, and then you read a little further, and this was how you could tell whether your survey was any good. And the way that they were telling people how to know whether the survey was any good or the legal description was any good was, did it close? Okay, good grief. And so these lawyers are all buying Kogo package, a real simple Kogo package, you know, and they're running around some deed that the landlord has, oh, it's a good survey, it closes. Right. Okay, so anyway, you know, and I had one of the guys at the conference was selling this, and he sold survey stuff, but he was selling that to lawyers under this guise. I said, okay, so what do you do if you're in a curve? It didn't have a curve routine. So it didn't have a curve routine. I said, well, what about if what if they used the wrong monument in one of those corners, or the record and the measure just different relationship or something? He didn't know anything about that. It was useless, and yet lawyers were buying it up left and right to avoid costly surveys. Okay? So we should be better at that, but I hear that out of surveyors' mouths sometimes. Well, the deed closed, it's got to be good. Are you kidding me? One of the 7 description systems is bounds only. Bounded on the north by Smith, on the south by Jones, on the west by Green, and on the east by the county road. Okay? That's a valid legal description. Okay? It closes one part in infinity. But where is that land? Well, you're going to have to do a lot of title search to figure out where Smith was, and where Jones was, and where the county road was, and all that, right? You're going to figure all that stuff out. So there's a real survey there. So that closed perfectly, but that wasn't going to solve the problem. Any questions before I move on? Yes? Well, I guess I'm not sure what you're saying. I think it should be checked for closure because you're going to find a mathematical error on the plat or in the legal description. Okay, probably. There's just a typo. Okay? So I think that's important. But to claim that the land sale was invalid because it closes or doesn't close, I got a problem with that. Okay? You know, the courts, they're all for the deed conveyed land. They don't like to invalidate deeds at all. And so it's got to be really screwed up. And I've worked on a few of those that are really screwed up. You couldn't put, you know what the rule is in the courts? If a competent surveyor, there's that damn adjective again, if a competent surveyor can put it on the ground, then the deed is valid. It had nothing to do with closure. Okay? Make sense? Competent surveyor. Underline. Bold, italics. Competent. Okay? You know your job description in the public lands? It's to walk in the footsteps of the previous surveyor. Okay? Of the original survey, really, but especially the surveyor before us. Sometimes it's both. Our job description includes thorough research of the deeds, the record data that's available, knowing where that is. Our job description should, or your crew, should include good corner search skills, good record search skills, good understanding of what the record is telling you, and practices in the field. It includes understanding the intent of the public land system. It includes understanding error analysis in real math, okay, which I haven't really talked about today. You see that guy in the lower corner there, shoveling rainbows out from behind a unicorn. Yeah, everything looks just hunky-dory. There's a unicorn wrote that legal description, okay? A fair treatment of the data provided by others. You know, I'm not real quick to say, oh, that surveyor screwed up. I would talk about that, how I assume it's me whenever I see a difference. But even if I'm pretty sure it's not me, I don't just go marching in there. And sometimes, you know, there are some gray areas in the public land system. One of them is fractional sections. Okay? If I'm working in a fractional section, I'm ready to set the center quarter or something, and I'm missing somebody else by 10 feet, I'm not going to say, well, he effed up. No, I'm going to say, I wonder why we're in a different position. He may be right, I may be right, but we're in a different position, and I need to figure out what that is. Okay? Can I offer you an example of that in fractional sections? Okay, we talked briefly about that earlier and saw a picture, okay? And I'll discuss some of this more in the next couple days, but so the one I used was a land grant boundary or some rancho or something, okay, or non-rectangular entity, and there was this section here that, you know, the rest of the section isn't out there, okay? So if you remember, my definition of a fractional section is a section where one or more of its controlling corners was never established. May not have been monumented, but it wasn't established. And how do we know if it was established? There would be returns out here. So let's say I've got this situation with this section up against that land grant and there's no returns. Then it's a fractional section. Now you know what I got to do? I got a quarter corner here, okay, and I got to determine what bearing I'm going to run that line at, okay? So you know what some surveyors do? They come down here, get their coordinate here, go out the rest of the 80 chains, come due north, you know, come up with that. It's a brilliant use of coordinate geometry. It violates a federal law. So don't do it, okay? This is not Kogo games, okay? This was addressed in 1805 by Jared Mansfield, Surveyor General, and one of the more brilliant ones the whole system ever had, okay? And so what does it say? He said to use mean bearings, which the GLO has almost always interpreted to mean weighted mean bearings, okay? It wasn't until this most recent manual where they finally used the word weighted, but they were always using weighted before. So bottom line, it's always been weighted mean bearings, okay? So what does that mean? See, nothing exists out there. So what does that mean? All right. Well, let's just say that there's a quarter corner here, okay, and section corner here, okay, section corner. Closing corner, either found or reset. Closing corner, either found or reset. Okay. Weighted mean bearing. You take this bearing and distance and this bearing and distance and weight that. But what the manual never says is, what about this line? See, I think that should be included in the weighting. Does that make sense? The manual, okay, 2 years ago I was here, I did a seminar called Where the Manual is Silent. This was one of the ones that we talked about. The manual is silent about how much of the control goes into that. I can change the answer on the ground just by deciding I'm not going to use this line or I'm not going to include that one. And surveyors have done that in order to favor their client. Okay? So weighted mean bearing, the manual is silent on that, so I need to look at that and decide what I'm going to do. And I'm not going to make that decision based on what benefits my client and screws everybody else. Okay? If you think that's a good solution, buy my ethics book. Okay? I'm not an advocate for my client like a lawyer is for his client, right? I'm not an advocate. Well, couldn't you put it over there? It'd be a lot of help me with my access. No, this is where the paper puts you. The words in the deeds. This is where it puts you. Well, that's not very fair. I know. Not very fair. I don't have access. I guess maybe you should have had a survey or at least something before you bought the property. Huh? Okay. People make dumb decisions based on dumb advice sometimes. From surveyors, from engineers, from lawyers, even the title companies. Okay, so this is a gray area, all right? So if I'm running this line out to where it hits the grant boundary, if I use this, it'll be in one position, this and all three of these I'm saying, but if I used only these two, then I'm going to exaggerate for scale, it might change the answer. See? So the manual is completely silent on that. So I go out here, I'm going to do a survey, I retrace all three, and I do this, and my point over here is 10 feet from somebody else's. And I can't say he screwed up. See, that was my choice and my experience to use all three of those lines, but the manual doesn't say that. So, you see where I'm going? So the fact that I missed somebody in a gray area, it may just be different approaches to it, both of which are legal. And so you know what I think? The one that was there first is the one I'm going to go with. Even though I think, well, my method's better and I moved it 10 feet. I don't think so. So a fair treatment of the data provided by others, okay, especially in a gray area, fractional sections being the example I'm using. An honest approach to your own data and errors. You might find this surprising, but surveyors sometimes don't agree with each other. You ever notice that? We're about the most opinionated people out there, okay? So sometimes we don't agree with one another, and it can be even the simplest of things. But I need to be honest about mine. You know, talking louder, being a bully, you know, that doesn't work. What's the merits of your position for that corner? Let's debate that, okay? If mine's based on the law and proper measurement and proper procedure, I'm going to hang in there with mine unless it's in a gray area. Does that make sense? But I'm trying to be honest with my own. I've done a few surveys where I didn't do quite right. Didn't realize till later, or I took a slop attitude to it, okay? By the way, never fall for that. Have you ever done a survey, a boundary survey of some kind, and you're out in the middle of absolute nowhere? And you look around and nothing has ever happened there. There's no roads, nobody's ever built a fence, and you just think, nobody cares about this, you know? And so you just pop in your survey somehow. The minute you decide that, corners start going, okay, stuff starts happening. Bad stuff is going to happen. Same thing happens, by the way. You get a client, you look at the survey, and you say, you don't even have to say it out loud. If you think, this will be easy, that's the kiss of death, okay? Yes, I believe in Murphy's Law, okay? So, yeah, let's be careful with that. I want honest approach about my own data, my own errors, my own procedures. Now, and I'd love to tell you a couple of the cases that I've done where I really screwed up, but we don't have time. So you need to have a good understanding, like we talked about you know, and your responsibilities regarding unwritten rights. You should report all the facts. So on your plat, You should have a complete descriptions of all the found and set monuments. You know, you've got state laws about that stuff, so that's great. Some states don't, or they're real loose on it. Narrative statements about rejected evidence. I don't just say, well, PLS 1, 2, 3, 4 is a jackass. I don't say that on the plat, you know, but I just say he did not follow proper procedure to subdivide the section. You know, somebody else can come along and weigh my words and see whether the guy before me did or not, okay? Tell us, here's what I think, documentation is becoming so important, and especially in our litigation crazy world, okay? Document stuff. My first 10, 15 years of surveying, I thought, I'm never gonna forget a corner I went to. I'm never gonna forget anything about a survey. I'll tell you what, I don't even know what we had for lunch today. And to tell you the truth, I'm not sure many of us knew what that was, okay, for lunch. So, but tell the whole world, here's what I did, and here's why I did it. If there's any gray area, any question there, tell us. I am 99% more likely to accept that work than the guy that just does something and says, screw the world. This is where it is. Identify areas on the ground, on your plat, involved in possible unwritten rights. Tell us what the source of your record data is. Did you find a deed nobody had, or a survey plat or something that nobody had or something? That's not as likely in this state, okay? And by the way, leave your opinions out of the facts. You can do opinions, you can talk to the lawyer, you can testify in court about your opinions, but leave them out of the facts, okay? Don't mingle those. When you're dealing with previous surveys, consider the method used before. What method did they use? Not did they measure right? No. What method did they use? Understand the real significance of accuracy, which is how close are you to the truth. Don't forget the intent of the system. Recognize the gray areas. There's a couple of them: fractional section, closing corners, heavily deteriorated evidence. I've worked in townships where I can't find any corners 3, 4, 5 miles. I'm just going to tell you, as a preview of Friday's session, proportioning in that case is totally stupid. Okay? It's important we understand the difference between procedure, which is about accuracy, and precision. Okay, now I know you got a case here in Oregon that defies this. I wish it would go to appeal, but it won't at this point. But we need to, you know, I'm not going to base my whole life on that. What was that case again? Haysinger or? Dykes v. Arnold. That's what, Haysinger or some other case. Dykes v. Arnold. Just be careful. I don't want to base the rest of my career on that. Okay? Some judge accepted that and said, you know, and whatever. You set in the center of section, you go out there to the center of section and you miss somebody else's that was set in 1946. I picked that because that would have been based on the 1930 manual. Okay? So you missed that rebar. And so which of these, procedure or precision, is the cause of this? You missed it by 14 feet here. Does a plat or other info indicate a proper procedure? Okay? If I see 2640 off of one of the quarter corners, I will not accept that point unless it just happens to fall right there. You know what I'm saying? Because the procedure was incorrect. Now, did they use the procedure? Does the plat show he attempted to do bearing intersection and for some reason I'm missing him 10 feet? I'm not going to argue with that. In most cases, I'm not going to argue with that. He used a proper procedure. The reason we differ is not procedurally, it's about precision, okay? The 1930 manual, if you traversed all the way around that section and closed with what that manual required, and then you went down to the center of section, I'll leave that to you to explore that. But you know what? 10 feet or whatever this said, 14 feet, that's well within the standards. Let me ask you something. In, what I say, 1946 was the survey? What standards existed in Oregon at that time? 1 in 300? 1 in 660 or something like that, yeah. Wow. You ever think about what that really means? Okay. So, I'm more interested in how did they do the survey, and I'm missing them by something because of measurement, than I am they used a totally improper procedure. They did not protect bona fide rights because they didn't do the bearing-bearing intersection, okay? I'm interested in who set that corner I found. Was a license required? It hasn't always been required in Oregon. Okay. Anybody know when Oregon, you were one of the earlier states, but when licensing of surveyors was required? 46, okay. So, you know, prior to that, the landowner could go out and set corners. Okay? You and I could walk out and I could say, I want to sell you to here, drive a pipe in. Yeah, that was called walking the bounds back in the means and bounds states, walking the bounds. You and I walked it together and we agreed this is it. Okay? It wasn't about measurement or procedure. It was about evidence. It was about here. This is the place. Was federal authority required on the survey? Okay, I'm interested in that. Bob Dahl says there's 3 survey authorities: federal authority, state authority, and no authority. Okay, back before licensing, that kind of stuff. What actions has the landowner taken based on that corner you found? Was the survey you're looking at, was it faithful to the intent of the manual? That goes back to the previous slide. What equipment did they have to use in 1946? What were its limitations? We've talked about this, and so I'm going to go through this slide about unwritten rights. We had quite a bit of a discussion on that. By the way, you have the same pieces of evidence for unwritten rights as you do for best available evidence. We need to make sure we know which one we're dealing with. Okay? Unwritten rights is about time that something's been going on, right? Okay. But best available evidence, it may be the same fence. But when I say that fence is the best available evidence, or a fence corner of a corner, I'm saying, think about this because you're really putting your neck out. You're saying, I believe that that fence was built at the time the original evidence was here from the GLO, and that's why it's where it is. That's what you're saying with best available evidence. Be careful. That's a pretty bold statement. Okay? And is there other evidence available? You know, I've heard surveyors say, well, I analyze the evidence, but I stop when I get to the best. Wait a minute. That's like my granddaughter with tattoos and nose rings and all this crap on her, you know. I said, what are you doing that for? Well, I want to be unique, just like all my friends. Think about that statement, okay? We get the cart before the horse quite often. It may be the same fence appears on the ground, but we're using it for very different analysis. So think about that. And remember that the PLSS was designed, and if we stuck to it, to thwart most of that. I'm not going to, we talked about this stuff, so I'm going to go through that, okay? I can't even read that. Acceptance, recognition. I kind of talked about that. If a boundary line is unknown or disputed, and both parties are aware of a structure that they believe indicates that line, it's going to be acquiesced to that. Let me give you a very quick example of that. True case I worked on near Telluride, Colorado. 80-acre aliquot part, okay? Ridge. Okay? One guy owns the 80 acres and he sells all that portion of that 80 acres lying west of the ridge. And a couple years later, all that lies east of the ridge. There's no gap here. There's no overlap here. The top of that ridge is about 100 feet wide. Okay? But in title, there's no problem in title. There's no trespass, there's no issue. The problem is that the ridge is 100 feet wide. And that's one issue. But if there's a fence, especially up there, that these landowners have been relying on. Maybe they built it thinking we're going to, control the sheep or the cows or whatever. We're going to control all that stuff from trespassing on each other. If that's been there, and generally the courts would look at it the same as adverse possession, but it's not adverse possession. But you know what? If that's there and both parties are in reliance on it, it is the boundary. That fence is the boundary. And we call that an agreed boundary. An agreed boundary, okay? And I learned that from Robillard, probably 40 years ago, in a seminar where he talked about that, showed a court case and explained how that worked. So, you know what's important? Not that you and I are going to make all these adjudications out here. You know what's important? Does your crew know to pick up the fence while they're there? That's what needs to be known. Yes, Keith.
So in that situation, if the property owners wanted some confirmation or something for the record of what that boundary is, would you just identify a line and say the land lying east of that in this 80 acres or north half of the section or some such thing like that? Or would you do something, would you make the whole thing meets and bounds or?
Okay. You know what I would do? Say one of those halves, roughly a half, right? Well, maybe not, but one of those parcels, they want to develop it, or they want to borrow money against it, or a buyer wants to buy, and so it needs to be marketable, okay? Title company and the mortgage companies are going to kind of panic at that. So you know what? I've surveyed that fence. I can write a legal description, meets and bounds of that fence, and I will get each side to quit claim to each other the other side. Completely solved. I'm probably going to talk to a lawyer and get him to tell them to do that. But you see what I'm saying? It can be solved without any major problem. Because with an agreed boundary, it is the line. That's what we need to understand. And so, convincing the title company or the planning and zoning might be more difficult. So I talked about unwritten in the public lands. So what rights does a landowner have? He has a right to a legal survey based on thorough records research. He has a right to clear identification of title lines versus occupation lines. The landowner has the right to have a complete explanation of the possible solutions and results. And a lot of times my plat's clean enough, he can take it to a lawyer and they can figure that out, okay? But here's the bottom line. That landowner should have the same rights as when you started the survey. Do you know how you can screw this up? Well, that fence has been, how long has that fence been there? It's 12 years. Oh. And so you drive a rebar in the end of the pipe and nobody knows that you did it based on an occupation thing versus a proper survey. See what I'm saying? They don't know that. So everybody's going to run with it, but do they really know? When the landowner has a problem, maybe they can exchange deeds. That gets more complicated as planning and zoning people get more control freak. They can sue for quiet title. They can accept the status quo, but it just passes the problems on to the future, What are our liabilities? Well, show all the facts. Meet all your state standards. Follow the intent of the manual. Identify the disputed areas. I do that with crosshatch. I said, this area is occupied by A. I don't say it's adverse possession. He owns it. It's been long enough. The fence is good. I don't say any of that. Do not establish lines based on imperfected or unperfected unwritten rights, okay? Don't do that. Don't offer legal advice. It's bad news. I know it's bad news. You tell your client, well, they've got this, and this. Oh, what can I do? And it's like saying, well, you're going to die of cancer. You know what the second worst thing is? That's the worst thing. You know what the second worst thing is? You're going to have to hire an attorney. Okay? It has the same effect on people. Okay? We've seen that the PLSS is a marvelous system with specific goals and intent. We have seen that it has deteriorated over the years due to neglect and ignorance and time and other stuff. I think many in the survey profession have lost sight of the purpose of the public land system, are not able to deal with these complex sets of issues as we've discussed here. I think surveyors of this new century must be ready to deal with all of those complexities, develop really good records and evidence search skills with you and your crew, your staff, be ready to go against the grain, and be prepared to train your employees in all of these matters. It's your license, it's your number. Let's do that. I don't think the public land system is what Jefferson thought it would be. I think he would be very discouraged and disappointed to find out that some of the things you and I deal with on an almost daily basis are what he designed it not to have. And when we reveal to him, you know, he's going to hang his head, we tell him, well, it's because the survey profession, because we were supposed to be the leaders and the protectors of that, we've let it go to hell. And we've let the lawyers run it. That's why people don't like surveyors. We used to run the country, okay? Congress, Mount Rushmore, what is it, 3 surveyors and some other guy, you know? We used to run the country, and then what did we do? We went back out looking for corners with our head down all the time, not realizing what's going on around us, and the lawyers took over. No wonder people are pissed at us, okay? But I think that if you are trained, if you are prepared, if you're ready, you can profit from all of this. Become the expert in your community, in your neighborhood, in your county. You want to be the guy or lady that somebody points to, well, you got a screwed up problem here. You really need to see so-and-so. I've had other surveyors tell me that. You know, when it comes to other stuff like mineral claims and stuff, I'm pretty good at that. But complex things come in. I had one a couple of years ago there in Colorado. I said, you need to talk to Gene Cooper, another surveyor, sharp as a tack. And Gene resolved it for him, and I wouldn't have known half of what Gene did, what he found. But you know, I'm ready to turn it over to somebody else because I'm not prepared for that, but Gene was. So I'm encouraging you to make a commitment to be the very best in all that you do in surveying and boundary surveying and in public lands in particular. And so as we end this day, thank you for your attention and all that, and I do wish you the very best in all that you do. Do we have any questions that need to be asked as we, because I probably brought up more questions than answers today, but I'll go into a couple of specifics in the next 2 days. No, because it's quitting time and you want to get the hell out of here, so nobody's going to ask a question. We okay, Jared? All right. Now, you know, I didn't get introduced this morning. I introduced myself. You know, that's pretty tough. I don't know. You guys are kind of dropping the ball. So, you know. So, Dennis is going to close out the day. He's been surveying for 52 years, and he's a freaking genius, okay? People tell me that stuff. Hey, it's an honor to be in a room full of surveyors who understand what I'm talking about today. Thank you for being here.